Lo, we see more of you tonight. You're got your camera down lower.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yes, I've been playing around with my camera.
Good. Look, I can see you at the top of your head.
You ready for your close-up, CB?
Yeah.
Ready for a close-up, Mr. DeMille?
We're about 2 minutes out.
I got 3, but okay.
Yeah. That's weird. Oh, now it's 2.
Amy's on a faster clock.
She's on Raleigh time.
Not sure that's how it works. Hello, Karen. Hello, Chip.
Hi. Hello, hello.
Hello. Chief's all dressed up too. Hello.
And look at the chief. Is it your birthday?
Uh-huh.
Meeting day.
Ah,
Hello, Alan.
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
Good.
good. Thanks. And
How are
yourself?
you doing?
Hello, Ben. Hello, Elizar.
Hey.
Hey,
What
how
is
you
our-
doing?
Hey,
Elizar.
Hello, hello. Hey,
I like your bright shirt.
thanks.
What's it say?
It's the logo of El Centro.
Excellent.
Aren't these cute though?
Yeah.
Getting some new swag, moving up in the world.
There it is. Yes, sir.
At about
All right. For those of
3
you who
seconds.
will mute yourself as we get started. Appreciate it.
And if you're not one of the council members or active participants, if you could mute your screen, that would be great.
Michael and Hongbin, need you to mute yourself, please.
And you're on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 30th, 2020 meeting of the Chapel Hill Town Council. We have a very full agenda tonight. No big surprise there. We're going to have an update on the town's COVID response, a budget amendment for our second allocation of CARES Act spending. We're going to have public hearings on several matters, including proposals for the East Rosemary redevelopment project and the Bridgepoint project on Homestead Road, and an update on the Blue Hill District. And for those of you who have joined us on Zoom, we are excited to have you here. Public input's important to us. We know this is a different time being virtual. This meeting is also being streamed on the TV channel 18, Gov 18, and is being streamed live on the computers, and you can watch it now, watch it later, but we're happy to have you participate. And individuals who want to speak tonight, you should sign in with our town clerk and get added to the list. And then we will have Mayor Pro Tem Parker, Mr. Parker, call you in. We're going to call in 2 people at a time. A friendly reminder, we ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And we will call on you to speak and appreciate what you have to say. So, trying to think, we're going to have to do our roll call first in the new virtual world with our council members. So when I call your name, if you will please unmute yourself and say aye or present, either one is fine. I would appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Michael Parker.
Present.
Councilmember Jess Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Alan Boyncey.
Here.
Councilmember Hongbin Gu.
Here.
Councilmember Tai Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Stegman.
Here.
And the mayor, Pam Heminger, is also here. All right. We are going to start off tonight with a proclamation. The council wishes to issue a proclamation recognizing September 15th through October 15th, 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month here in Chapel Hill. Mid-September marks the anniversary of independence for 7 Hispanic countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Chile. So it is fitting that we set aside time to celebrate the many contributions of our Hispanic community in our town and our broader community. Tonight, we have Eleazar Posada with us, the Community Engagement and Advocacy Director for El Centro, and we would like him to say a few words for us. You're muted, Eleazar, so if you'll unmute yourself, thank you.
I need to do that, right? That's part of it. So first of all, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking this important step to recognize not just the community here in Chapel Hill, Carver, but just across the United States, and the fact that our community is contributing every day, not just to the economy, but to bring in such vitality to our collective communities, right? So I want to say thank you for that. And for a lot of us, and myself included in the Latinx Hispanic community, this month, not only do several of us celebrate, independence, or several of the countries that my parents and a lot of our community members are from, but it's a moment to recognize that, we are part of the United States. We are part of communities here, and for me, it's wonderful to be able to celebrate it. Unfortunately, it looks a little different this year, right? We don't have the international festivals. We don't have the Latin American festival, but we are doing a lot of programming virtually and highlighting the most important parts of our community. So, proclamations like the one that Chapel Hill is doing to recognize the importance of this month and the importance of our community goes a long way for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Eleazar. And I want to thank Councilmember Boynsey for reminding us and prodding us along. We will release the full proclamation out in social media. I didn't know, do you want to say anything, Mr. Boynsey?
No, I appreciate Eleazar for being with us tonight, and I'm glad that the town is recognizing this very, very important, significant month.
And we are very grateful, Eleazar, for all your help and your team's help, but for El Centro and our community, do an amazing job helping us communicate, helping us work together, and remember that everyone's part of this community. And we really, really appreciate all the work and all the guidance you give us. So thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, take care. All right, next it's time for public comments for items that are not on the printed agenda. I know we have at least one person signed up to speak on that. Mr. Parker, can you help bring in?
Sure. We have actually, we have Reverend Dr. Marcus McFall. Is Reverend McFall available for us?
Right here.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Ready?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
ready. We can hear you.
Okay.
Now we can see you.
Good to be with you.
Nice to be with you.
Here's my statement. As an historically active faith community which prizes social justice here in Chapel Hill, Binkley Baptist Church supports decisions and actions that have at their heart the safety and well-being of all of our citizens, from year-round neighbors, university students, and those who choose to visit because they know the warm and welcoming reputation of Chapel Hill. If you drive by Binkley on any Friday afternoon, you will have seen already members and friends of Binkley lining Fordham Boulevard, holding Black Lives Matter signs. Although we have many reasons for showing up each week, the catalyst for our vigil was the unnecessary death of George Floyd, when a police officer cut off Mr. Floyd's air by pressing a knee to his neck. So we applaud the council's directive to the Chapel Hill Police Department to ban all chokeholds, as well as the department's implementation of this policy after a recent council meeting. Furthermore, we anticipate an announcement coming soon of how and when the police chief will report back to the council and the Chapel Hill community about what new measures of training are going to be implemented to ensure that if force is used, that it is only what is necessary to apprehend suspects, ensuring protections for both police officers and the suspects themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else signed to speak on items not on the printed agenda?
There is no one else signed up.
Okay. That brings us to announcements. I have several. Do council members have any announcements to make? I'm looking, well, raise your hand up later. This afternoon, you know, our governor spoke talking about moving into phase 3 of reopening, and the changes he listed would take effect this Friday at 5 p.m. Since March, the governor has looked to local leaders and health departments to adopt orders that keep our community safe. Our Orange leaders met this afternoon after the governor's talk to talk about our own information and discuss our next steps. Currently, the positivity rate in Orange County is below 5%, and our current trends support a similar move for us in Orange County. This will include an increase of our gathering sizes to 25 indoors and 50 outdoors, as well as opening up certain venues, including bars, which will be allowed to offer outdoor service. The 11 p.m. shutoff for serving alcohol will remain in effect. And as we move forward, we want to make sure that masking and physical distancing requirements remain intact, along with washing your hands or using sanitizer. We'll continue to monitor the numbers. We talked at length today with the Orange leaders, and should we see a shift in either the positivity rate or any other negative trends, we will meet again, well, we meet quite often anyway, and take immediate steps to pull us back. We're particularly concerned about indoor gatherings. We discussed Halloween. You're going to be seeing some Halloween guidance come out shortly. The state has put out some Halloween guidance for safe trick-or-treating and safe Halloween activities. They too are ultimately concerned about indoor Halloween activities. There'll be more information coming out, but I wanted to let you know that we wanted to respond with what we thought was, we had said in Orange County that if the positivity rates remained under 5% for a period of time, that we would consider changing the restrictions. We've had a lot of requests to change them, but also our numbers dictate that we don't have reason to not change them. Anyway, the Council Committee on Economic Sustainability is meeting this Friday at 8 a.m. on Zoom. And our agenda includes an update on the Orange County Visitors Bureau and our Economic Development Officer, Dwight Bassett. And we'll be talking about the future land use map and short-term rentals. Information's on the town website. We were happy to have you join us Friday at 8. We've also been receiving applications for reimagining our public safety task force and some of our advisory boards. Our council interview and task force applicant review subcommittees will be bringing the recommendations back to council at our upcoming meetings. So those are the announcements I have for now. We also have a council meeting next week. It's going to be October starting tomorrow. So wow, moving right along. Okay, were there any other announcements I didn't cover? All right, well then that will bring us to our consent agenda, council members.
I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen to move the consent agenda. I will have to call a roll call vote as per state guidelines. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. You have some information items in your rather large packet this time. And that brings us up to our first discussion item or presentation, which is an update on the town efforts on COVID. I know we have Ms. Drayton here with us.
All right. Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council.
I'm Kelly Drayton, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the town. This brief presentation will provide an overview of the governor's most recent executive order, as well as a few key updates from the town's response to COVID-19. Just earlier today, Governor Roy Cooper and his coronavirus task force announced that the state will move into phase 3 of the COVID-19 reopening plan with the execution of Executive Order 169. Phase 3 will take effect this Friday at 5 p.m. and will remain in effect until 5 p.m. on Friday, October 23rd. This adjustment was characterized as another careful step forwards to gradually reintegrate people into places and spaces in a way that protects the progress that we've made over the last several months. This slide highlights some of the things that remain unchanged by today's announcement, like the statewide outdoor gathering limitations, restaurant curfews for on-site consumption, and the newly announced large venue capacities. Now, there are a few noticeable changes in phase 3 that will take effect this Friday. Bars may open for outdoor service. Movie theaters as well as outdoor venues may open as well. All of these categories can open at 30% of their capacity or 100 people, whichever is less. And as the mayor mentioned, Orange County leaders met this afternoon to discuss how our local order would be amended in light of the governor's announcement, and we'll be aligning with that state order. And again, we'll continue to monitor our key metrics to ensure that we are easing restrictions in a way that is safe and responsible for our community. So in addition to today's announcement from Governor Cooper, we've had several important announcements over the last several days. Last week, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services issued some interim guidance on Halloween. This guidance outlines some of the most common behaviors for this holiday and assigns each behavior a rating of high risk, moderate risk, or low risk. The Orange County Health Department is working on local guidance that mirrors these items, and you'll see that communication coming from the health department later this week. Also last week, Governor Cooper announced that beginning October 2nd, large stadiums will be allowed to fill 7% of their seats with fans. For UNC, this means approximately 3,500 fans will be allowed admission per game, and it will be up to each venue to figure out spacing, ticket sales, and other logistical components. UNC continues to work with staff from the town and the county to ensure a safe and successful game day experience. We're happy to see more testing availability to the community members across the county. We currently have regular free testing sites in Chapel Hill, weekly at the R7 lot on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard near Umstead Drive, and every 4th Saturday at St. Thomas More. Additional information about testing sites is regularly shared on our social media and also on the town's COVID-19 website at townofchapelhill.org/coronavirus. Another important announcement that came out late last week, the deadline to complete the census has been extended through October 31st. According to Carolina Demography, North Carolina ranks 37th out of 50 states and DC, with just 62% of our population responding. So visit my2020census.gov for more information and to begin completing your form today. Just 10 minutes now will help our community for the next 10 years. And as we look towards the fall, medical experts continue to urge everyone to get a flu shot. Remember, getting a flu shot is a critical way to help protect yourself from the flu and to help ensure that our healthcare systems are not overwhelmed as we enter into flu season on top of a pandemic. Flu shots are available at your local pharmacy and through the Orange County Health Department. And finally, I want to reiterate the importance of our 3 W's and making these a part of your everyday routine. The 3 W's remain a cornerstone of our public health strategy. Wearing a face covering over your nose and mouth, washing your hands and your reusable face covering frequently, and waiting 6 feet apart from those who are not members of your household. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Ms. Ryan?
So we had kept the 10 indoors and 25 outdoors gathering size. Are we going to the state gathering size now?
We are going to the state gathering size. if we see any negative metrics, we will pull that right back.
Thank you.
Ms. Gu?
What that negative metrics will be? Do we have a like ramp down options, or have we considered if some statistic was, especially now the temperature is falling and people are spending more times indoor, which has been associated with higher risk of the virus spreading. So if that happens, is there ongoing monitoring or other things that we have planned for? If that happens, what we're going to do?
So the orange leaders talked about that if we go back above the 5%, or that we have increase in hospitalizations, we get those weekly reports, as you know, that we would meet and discuss changing our standards. Ms. Anderson?
So I think that was my question too, is the metrics, and just given that we're going into flu season. So are you saying that any rise above 5% positivity rate, or just some number above 5% that's yet to be determined?
We're working with the health director, and I'm not sure what number that would be. It would have to be in correlation with her recommendations. I don't know. I mean, we really have worked hard to get below 5%, and we've stayed there for almost a month now, which has been really helpful.
Which has been wonderful.
Yeah.
I wish we could.
I know. I know. Ms. Stegman?
I was just wondering, it seems like reopening gyms has been one of the first kind of going back into being pretty close quarters. Has it been long enough that they've been reopened that we've seen whether there's been any outbreaks or any cases associated with gyms reopening?
I don't know that we have that exact metric, do we, Ms. Drayton?
Is there any way to tell that?
So we don't currently have any clusters or outbreaks associated with gyms. We don't have the exact specifics of whether or not there's been any transmission within that type of facility, but we can follow up from the health department and request that information.
Thank you.
Ms. Gu?
Are there related relaxation about like nursing homes or retirement communities that will be included for this phase 3?
So those were already announced by the governor last phase, that he allowed visitors to the nursing homes and care facilities. They had to go through strict guidelines, and there's also strict guidelines that employees there have to be tested every 2 weeks. Plus go through all the things they have, like temperature screening and all those kinds of things. We haven't seen a rise since that was implemented either, directly associated, as Ms. Drayton said, we haven't seen any clusters with that either.
Okay, so there's no change for that high risk population.
Not at this, and not from what he did last time, no. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, we will move along then to our next, I'm going to tell you the next 3 items are all closely related. They have to do with the East Rosemary project. We're going to have one big presentation that will encompass all 3 of those items, but we will be treating each item separately as far as voting. We have some people signed up to speak, and if someone's wishing to speak, they need to raise their hand, and we'll figure that out. We will first hear a presentation from our staff, and then we'll ask clarifying questions from council members. And then we go to the public to hear their comments, and then we come back to comments from council members. So I turn it over. It says that we are turning it over to our manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, council. We are before you again to discuss for your consideration the East Rosemary Street Parking Garage and Redevelopment Project. The presentation will cover both items 10 and 11 on your agenda, which have a couple of different action items associated with them. So let's start with a little bit of background. The proposal would have the town exchange the Wallace parking deck and land on the south side of East Rosemary Street for the CVS parking deck at 125 East Rosemary and the property at 135 East Rosemary. The town would in turn build an approximately 1,100 space parking garage on the new combined parcel on the northeast side of East Rosemary. Grubb Properties would then construct a new office building of approximately 200,000 square feet that would house new wet lab space and is expected to bring in approximately 800 jobs into our new innovation district. And the downtown would also gain a new green space at the corner of Henderson and East Rosemary and a pocket park that connects to Varsity Alley. So here's an aerial view of the proposed projects. You can see the town parking deck on the northern side of East Rosemary and the new lab office building on the southern side of the street next to the soon to be renovated 136, 137 building. These projects, if approved, would align with a number of important town goals: attracting and retaining companies that create jobs in Chapel Hill, making downtown a destination place with diverse options for working, living, and playing, investing in green infrastructure with solar and electric vehicle charging stations as part of the new garage, creating diverse opportunities for the community to engage with the arts, especially through public art on public spaces, and increasing connectivity through an improved streetscape and pedestrian access along East Rosemary Street. There has been a significant amount of due diligence and planning on this project. Much of that work is included in your council agenda packet. During the course of the last year, council has heard from Walker Parking concerning past parking studies and how this project may fit into our future growth projections. Council initiated a study to determine impacts of the new parking and to see whether there was sufficient demand for the approximately 250 new spaces. The town had the details of the deal reviewed by an outside consultant to determine if the end result would be beneficial to our community. Grubb Properties provided council with a review of the community benefits of the projects. Town staff prepared and reviewed multiple revenue and expenditure analyses to determine the feasibility of the project. And the town has also made some changes, important changes to our parking system to ensure it is more aligned with the rates in our market and current parking management trends. There have been a number of questions concerning the management of the construction of the parking garage. The town has a construction management team and an internal team in place to review the next steps in the design of the building, to refine the schedule for the construction of the project, and to protect the town's interest during the construction. The team will work with Walker Consulting, which will assist with overseeing the project from an engineering standpoint, and with Grubb Properties, which will serve as the project manager for the construction of the garage. Staff has also built into place several sufficient contingencies to help us prepare for any unknowns that may pop up during the construction. This next slide provides you with a list of the public meetings that we've had on the issue dating back to February of this year. In addition to the council meetings, various boards and commissions have also reviewed the project and provided their input along the way. The town has also maintained a project website throughout 2020 where updates about the project have been housed. If the council decides to move forward with that, we will continue to use our project website to provide updates to the town and to our community on a regular basis. So tonight we are asking council to consider authorizing the economic development agreement between the town and Grubb Properties and the associated documents documents with the EDA. We also request that the council consider authorizing the exchange of land in order to take the next steps in the projects. I will now turn the presentation over to Dwight Bassett, who is the town's economic development officer. Dwight.
Good evening. This is just an aerial view just to remind you of the project and what it entails. We already know that 136, 137 has been moving forward with the redevelopment. This is the parking deck, which will have green walls on two sides. And this is the proposed new office building. This is the park on the corner of East Rosemary and Henderson. And then there's also a green space directly across from the deck leading to Varsity Alley. So with the existing parking demand coupled with the reopening of the 137 East Franklin and 136 East Rosemary building and the new office building, this deck will help with the revitalization of the West End and also create the supply we need for our parking at that point in time. Some of the things that we look at when we look at building this deck, we're replacing parking with the Wallace deck, the CVS deck, the 91 spaces in the investor's title lot, and we're removing 26 spaces at the Rosemary Columbia lot for the green space. We will net over 250 new spaces in the deck, And it also provides UNC with 100 spaces to purchase to support their new admissions building that they're proposing. If the 137, 136 building has 118,000 square feet and had a demand for 2 parking spaces per 1,000, that demand would be roughly 236 parking spaces. So that shows that we're creating hopefully sufficient parking to meet our needs in the coming years. We've also made management and fee changes to help the parking fund and are being more strategic on our parking management. This is just a slide that shows you all of those lots and the count that we're looking at that I just named from Lot 2, Wallace Deck, replacing the 137 deck or CVS, replacing spaces at 139, which is investor's title, the total spaces, the new deck, subtracting UNC, leaving a balance in the deck, and then the net new spaces that would exist at that point in time. And I'm going to turn it over to Craig to talk through a little bit about our traffic impact analysis that we had completed for this project.
Okay, thanks, Dwight. Just wanted to go over the overall process for this TIA was to it was initiated back in February pre-COVID, and we were able to start the study and collect the traffic data prior to any shutdowns or changes due to conditions with the virus. We made a submittal back in April for just analyzing the parking deck as kind of a first phase of this. Presented that in May at the Council Committee on Economic Sustainability. And then after discussions and some of the comments that came out of that meeting, we decided to do a combined, to not look at these 2 projects separately, but obviously to produce a combined TIA that would include the effects of both the deck and the office building. This was submitted to the town back in September for review. What you're seeing on the screen is probably the most impactful highlights from the recommendations of the TIA. I'm going to start kind of in the upper left-hand corner there in the northwestern area of this map here, and to look at the North Street intersection. One of the big issues with the parking deck and the additional traffic along with the office building that might be generated is the intersection at Rosemary and Columbia NC 86 can be congested. And so any attempt to at least remove a portion of that traffic that would be accessing the deck and office building would be helpful in maintaining mobility and access and safety in that area. And so we explored several scenarios that looked at other access points, and in the final TIA from September had an evaluation of a full access driveway on the backside of the parking deck to North Street that would primarily function for traffic on NC 86 north coming in from the north to the parking deck site, and the improvements that would be necessary at the skewed intersection there at North Street and NC 86 and North Columbia Street. And so some of those improvements would include some laneage improvements, the idea that the intersection would operate much better under signalization than its existing stop control conditions. And then because we looked at a full access for vehicles coming in and out of the deck on North Street, we also put in language into the TIA that we need to evaluate, once the deck opens, any impacts for any kind of backside cut through traffic through the North Street neighborhood, and the connection to Henderson Street for any traffic from the east that may be using that access point, and to discourage as much as possible additional vehicles that aren't coming from the NC 86 area to the north. So that was in there. Again, along East Rosemary Street, we have a pretty busy street currently. At the signalized intersection, one of the recommendations was to retime the signal to prevent as best we can queuing from vehicles stacking in the westbound lanes on Rosemary from blocking access to the deck. And this would likely be most pronounced in the afternoon peak hour. And so one of the recommendations that came out of that is we looked at 2 access points for the deck that were initially proposed. And the recommendation would be from the TIA to have a single full access point as far to the east on the deck frontage as possible. Similarly for the office building, and notes there would be in blue on your screen. To also, again, at the time of the TIA, we didn't have a detailed design to look at for the office building. And so what we wanted to do was to look at access and where it could be developed for traffic into and out of the underground parking garage for the office building. And so the recommendation would be to, if at all possible, provide a single primary access point that has some decent spacing between its access point and the parking deck's access point to maintain some distance of separation of those primary access points. And then the existing one-way alley that is behind the Wallace deck currently, to have maintenance of that for those businesses and service functions behind the proposed office building. So those were the primary recommendations coming out of the TIA. And again, a lot of this information was fluid over the course of the study, and we have made updates to a lot of our projections and estimations for traffic and based on information related to parking and where it's going to be allocated for the 2 facilities. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Dwight to talk about North Street.
And so as we've gone through this conversation, we had begun a conversation with the 2 property owners that are actually on the corner of North Street and ML Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard here on the corner. And one of the suggestions after we did a title search and began negotiating with them that came out of this traffic study is that if we did move back that drive 1 parcel, it would create a little bit better stacking opportunity on North Street as it moves, traffic moves out to Martin Luther King and to that red light. And so we're currently negotiating with this property owner. We have initiated an appraisal as of today and have had our first conversation with them, and we'll be exploring using that as our drive entrance. We need to evaluate the on-street parking on North Street for better traffic flow, and that will include the traffic calming that Craig mentioned. We need to look at a potential right turn lane from North Street to MLK and a full movement traffic light at North Street at MLK. And we've estimated that to cost about $200,000. So we'd create that plan, get DOT to evaluate and sign off on it before we could proceed once we had council on board with the direction we were heading. So we also heard from the Transportation Board about this connection. We heard about it in the TIA. Grubb was not interested in maintaining, excuse me, the bridge for structural reasons and cost reasons. And so, and the fact that they wouldn't own the deck any longer. So I convened a group that included Brian Peterson, and we evaluated it and feel that by creating these landscape medians in the street, that it creates a natural traffic calming and a refuge for pedestrians who are crossing there. A little bit different view of it, and I think it makes it a lot friendlier location for everything that might occur in the middle of this street at that location. So that's part of our recommendation that we continue pursuing that and include it when we make our, if we go forward with building the deck and making these improvements. And now I turn it over to Amy for some comments on financing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we just wanted to talk about some high-level highlights related to the financing and cash flows for the Rosemary deck. As we've discussed since the beginning that we've been talking about this project, we've gone through numerous iterations of what the projections would look like. I think as we began discussing, the key that we were talking about, the most important element of the financing was that we were interested in making sure that the parking fund was able to be self-sustaining. And so that as we financed and looked at the total revenues and expenditures, that the parking fund would be able to support the debt without needing to be supported by any of the other funds, namely the debt management fund. And that would keep us from hitting some of our key debt criteria and debt factors so that it would not impact future borrowings related to our 5-year capital plan. So that was something that we went into this plan with. As we talked through the time, we've now found ourselves at a total dollar amount, and that includes construction, design, and the land differential of 32.9 million. That's what we're anticipating we would finance the project at. Interest is, at the lowest rates that it's been in a really long time. And so we're conservatively projecting 2%. That could actually be lower depending on when we would go to market to try and sell the bonds. And we're looking at a 20-year term. As we looked at projections, it's looking like it's going to take us about 5 years to generate positive cash flows. And that's namely because there will be a debt payment in that first half year before we have a full year of revenues. And so it'll take us a little while to overcome that hurdle. We have talked about supplanting that with the UNC contribution for the 100 spaces that they are participating in. And so that could have us come out of this with positive cash flows earlier on. Just depends on what happens in the timing. The model that we built assumes the new rates. So as of August 1st, we increased our parking rates, our lease spaces from $115 to $125, and our hourly spaces from $1 to $150 in the Wallace, CBS, and Lot 2 decks to be consistent with what we were charging throughout town for the hourly. The projections and the models, as we've gone through, we talked about looking at future thinking. And so we've built in rate re-evaluations every 3 years and building in the rate structure increases over that time. Occupancy growth over time as we have new development coming in downtown, the 136, 137 Rosemary, the new office building that we're talking about that would be locating at the Wallace deck, and then just future growth that would come out of all that. And 3% inflationary growth on expenditures. So as we've looked at projections, including all those model assumptions, we were talking about a 24.9 million net cash flow over 20 years. Again, that is building in all of those rate changes that may or may not happen, and those would be evaluated over time. This was just trying to project what it would look like over that period. And again, assuming that there would be growth in downtown from all the new development that would be coming in. But the key takeaway here is really that as we talked about looking at the year one and what the first year of debt and revenue projections for the first full year, it was reflecting based on 65% occupancy for the hourly and 100% for the rental. It was reflecting a bottom line cash flow positive. And this, I won't go through the whole structure, but that was really what we wanted to kind of point out. We've talked through this model and just based on looking at what we believed reasonable occupancy levels and projections for the new deck would be a positive cash flow. Obviously, the debt service costs will go down. Again, we talked about, occupancy going up over time. But there's a lot of factors at play. I think, as we were talking about this was pre-COVID, but we also recognize that, God willing, things will get better and UNC will come back and things will start stimulating. And ideally, this would time at the time that the deck would be completed, and we'll start to see some growth, and those revenue numbers will come in strong and continue to grow over time.
And now I'll turn it over to Bob to discuss the agreements.
Thanks, Dwight. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Bob Jessup. I'm a lawyer with the law firm Sanford Holzhauser. Our office is in Carborough, And today I mark 30 years and 10 months of consecutive living in Chapel Hill. Ralph Carpinos asked me to get involved in this project back near the beginning of the year, in part so there'd be some lawyer continuity in the project. I was asked that it might be helpful for me to give a little bit about my background and our role in this project, so I'll do that briefly. I've been working on local government finance projects since I first got out of law school. That's always been my key specialty area. I've also worked on a great number of economic development projects of various types, including some that I think have been quite interesting and innovative. I've worked on multi-county industrial parks. I've worked on public-private partnerships for industrial parks. We advised several communities on their downtown loan and grant programs. And we worked for Orange County on the Gateway project in Hillsborough that also involved a public-private partnership for a parking deck developed in conjunction with both private and public buildings. So we've got a lot of wide-ranging experience in that area over the last 30 plus years. Our role in this transaction, though, is that we're lawyers. It's our job to make sure that the agreements the town enters into achieve the town's primary goals and manage the risks of the non-performance of other side or of changing conditions. Because we're lawyers and we are not real estate developers or parking revenue experts, we're not here to tell you that the town should definitely build a big parking deck on Rosemary Street. That's council's prerogative. But it's our job to take the express goals that council has given us over these 7 and 8 months of discussions to make sure those are captured in the different agreements that we're recommending to you, and that the council both understands the different kinds of risks that are present in this overall agreement, and that we've managed them in a way that we think is acceptable, or that the council thinks is acceptable. So, primarily, that has meant working on this economic development agreement, which takes its basis from the memorandum of understanding that the town and GRUB approved way back in March. So March is when the MOU was signed. We've been having discussions among council and GRUB and town staff for a good period of time after that. So we've been, and even then after the memorandum was signed, we've had, as the manager went over, multiple times we've discussed this matter with council and with other advisory boards. We had our formal public hearing that was required on the EDA at the early September meeting, the September 9 meeting. And I'd point out that the land swap component of the project did not require any kind of separate public participation. But of course, the town took public comment on that component in September 9 and is planning to do so again tonight. So you take the MOU, you get to the EDA. The EDA sets out the entire framework for the transaction. The draft you have tonight resolves all points of disagreement between the parties, and it's been achieved with a lot of intense but frank and direct negotiation among the parties. As I said earlier, I believe that this draft achieves all the council's expressed goals, and it achieves those with well-defined and well-managed risk that has been explained and been part of the council discussion as also. By approving the economic development agreement, the excuse me, as stated in the economic development agreement, that's if the council approves the EDA, then the council is also authorizing the manager to complete and sign the various ancillary agreements at those appropriate times. The first point in the EDA is that exchange of properties that we've been over both tonight and previously. At the end of the day, the town will end up owning the CVS deck and the investor's title lot. That investor's title lot is the parcel right next to the CVS deck, one parcel closer to Henderson Street. And GRUB will own the Wallace deck, and the Wallace deck parcel includes the green space at the corner of Henderson and Rosemary. After the exchange of the properties, then the town will construct and build the new parking deck. The land use process is ongoing. The design is ongoing. There have been, as described before, meetings of the group that is going to try to manage the construction process to minimize downtown disruption. The work on the construction, including the work on demolishing what's there now, will start after it is complete, after the final construction contract is in place, after the State Department of Insurance has completed its review of the plans, and our financing is in place. We right now expect that will be sometime around February or March of 2021, and the land swap will occur at the same time. While the new deck is being built, the town will lease the Wallace deck back from Grubb. This will give the town the ability to continue to collect downtown parking revenues. It'll make sure that there is still public parking available downtown after the CVS deck goes away, and it will allow the town to manage that deck as part of the overall system so that we don't have a situation where a private owner is, for example, either not making the parking available, not maintaining the parking deck, or undercutting the town's rates. Now, I think it's important to note, and I think it's important to note anyway, that the town is not making any other payments to Grubb or waiving any taxes or any fees under the EDA. The only payments that our town is making are in conjunction with the land exchange and developing the deck. It's still a substantial amount of money, but there aren't any incentive payments or waivers going to Grubb. During the new deck construction, Grubb will seek the entitlement for the new office building. Again, the description of that building we've been over both tonight and previously. The process is should be complete in about a year. The town's not obligated to approve any particular building. The land use approval process is separate from the EDA process. The town is not making any promises about land use approvals. The only promise the town is making is to move the project through the process in a professional manner. If the construction of the building does not go forward, as everyone hopes and plans that it will, the town will have a limited option, not a requirement, but an option to repurchase the Wallace Deck property. There's two other points that, before I get to the last point, that I want to mention. The first is that the version of the Economic Development Agreement you have in front of you now, based on the discussion at the last council meeting, now includes a last look for council at the construction budget. The agreement now provides that if we get ready to start construction next spring, early next spring, that if the overall project budget exceeds 32.9 million, that's the number that was in on Amy's sheets, the town agrees to work with Grubb and the contractor is working for the town, to see if we can't come up with a budget for the deck that's acceptable to the town. If we can't come up with a budget acceptable to the town, then the town does not have to build the parking deck. I have to point out that the town would still be obliged to go through the land swap because the investors' title people are acting on that commitment that we're making now. And they aren't, we could of course try to work something out with them at the time, but under the agreement, town doesn't have to build a new deck, but it still has to go through with the land swap. The other point that I wanted to mention is that the parking deck lease will be for a total of 5 years as a maximum, but both Grubb and the town have options in the parking deck agreement to end that lease period earlier. Last but not least, the last point on the current slide, the town is going to allow Grubb and the contractors to use the lower level of Lot 2. Lot 2 is the town parking lot at the corner of Rosemary and Columbia Street. The lower level is the part that actually goes down grade closer to the CVS deck. So we're going to use that property as a construction staging area. But at the end of construction process, Grubb has to turn that part of the property into a grassy space with a paved walkway from Rosemary up to Varsity Alley. And Grubb also has to restore the open space at the corner of Rosemary and Henderson. That is a quick tour through the key elements of the Economic Development Agreement. And as the mayor and described, I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate times. Back to you, or to the mayor, to the manager.
Next thing we want to look at is a couple of timeframes. Bob mentioned the memorandum of understanding and the fact that we began drafting an economic development agreement. And then May through August, we've been considering elements of the economic development agreement and design related issue. We've also visited with council on the economic development agreement earlier this month, and also the land acquisition. And here we are tonight, a final public hearing on the legal agreements. And then council will eventually be considering authorization of the debt for a parking deck. And then we'll begin construction. I thought it might be helpful just to give you a timeline that we've all been talking about. I know that council has a lot on its mind, and the staff members that have been working on this, we have thought way ahead and tried to map out this process. We've already had our first round of review by Walker Consulting of the construction budget and the design of the building with a positive review. Tonight, you're considering the economic development agreement. If you choose to go forward, we will execute a letter of intent with Grubb to allow the purchase of investors' title, complete our due diligence during the month of October, and then move forward with the purchase and sell agreement for that investors' title property. In November, Grubb will also submit a concept plan for the office building, and you'll be considering that for the next 12 months. February, we believe we'll have final construction numbers from Summit. Council will authorize the bond debt in March for us moving forward. Then we'll go to the Local Government Commission for authorization, back to council for authorization of debt issuance. Then we'll sign the construction contract, complete the land exchange, and begin construction in May of 21. And then in November of 21 will be our goal to complete the entitlement of the office building. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Manager Jones.
Thank you, Dwight. Once again, council, we're asking you to consider authorizing an economic development agreement for the East Rosemary Downtown Deck and Redevelopment Project, and to also consider exchanging 150 East Rosemary for 125 and 135 East Rosemary to support the East Rosemary Redevelopment Project and the parking deck. There are some very specific action items. There are 3 resolutions that council would have to consider this evening. One would be to adopt R7, authorizing the town manager to make minor non-substantive changes and to sign an agreement, economic development agreement for consideration of redevelopment on East Rosemary Street. Adopt R8, authorizing the town manager to proceed with acquisition and land exchange to support the East Rosemary redevelopment and the construction of a parking deck. And to adopt R9, reimbursing the town for East Rosemary deck expenditures. With that, we will stop and take any clarifying questions that you may have.
Okay. I know we've had a lot of questions come in to staff over the last couple of weeks and before that too as well. And we had some answers sent back to us as well. I'm asking council members to try to consolidate all your questions and only ask one batch, please, so that we can give time to everyone equally. So if you will consolidate your list of questions and only ask once, that would be great. I see Ms. Ryan followed by Ms. Anderson.
So I have a question for Mr. Jessup. In the economic development agreement, we have, if Grubb Properties does not build the office building, we have a make whole price agreement with them. And part of that agreement says that we would reimburse him for expenses for the entitlement, design, or construction that he had undertaken. We don't usually indemnify developers for those kind of costs. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that came into being in this agreement?
Certainly. The concept, as we talked about several different ways that the town could get the property back if the office building did not proceed. We had several different ideas. We drafted up several of them. We talked with council about several of them. And what we, the one that was acceptable to both the council, or seems to have been, that's what we're here for tonight, see if it's acceptable, and Grub was this concept of a make whole price, which is to say that we will make Grub whole for what they've put into the project. And those are the costs that you were talking about go into the ideas or into the elements that Grub will have put into the project that it would have to be made whole for. It is not necessarily indemnifying them for them. It's if the town wants to get the property back, that's going to be part of how we calculate the price.
Okay, thank you. And I have a couple traffic questions, which I don't know, is Kumar on tonight?
Yes.
Craig and Kumar are both here.
So either whoever wants to field them. So we have, today we found some errors in the calculations in the TIA that Kumar, thank you for looking at those. You said would probably produce about a 5% discrepancy. Are we having the TIA run again to make sure that we don't have, say, queuing issue problems or catastrophic effects? I know sometimes TIAs can be weird and a small thing can have a big effect or a big thing can have a small effect.
Good evening. Yes, ma'am. We actually ran Craig Scheffler from HNTB actually ran the revised numbers this afternoon. He sent me the results. Actually, I did not send it to the council, but we'll share them through the manager's office tomorrow. It did not affect any impact on the recommended mitigation measures or the original findings, madam, queue lengths and everything. But Craig is here. He can respond to it also.
Because I know one of the issues is with the queue lengths downtown, there aren't actually any mitigations that we can do, just given the fact that we can't add lanes in downtown. We're all built out there. So my concern is that we don't increase queue lengths or waiting time so much that we're actually making downtown gridlocked.
Understood. And I think, we have traffic cameras now around that intersection. We will try our best to move the traffic through the Rosemary and Columbia, Rosemary and Henderson streets, following the queue lengths and everything, ma'am.
Okay, to try our best is good, but I really feel like we need to have pretty good assurance that it will be workable.
I think it will be workable if we can work with DOT to come up with the traffic signal at North Street and MLK. And the results are in favor of warranting a traffic signal. They may not approve immediately, but based on the numbers and the location, I feel I'm confident that it will work it out.
Okay.
Can we ask Mr. Scheffler to add into that, Amy, so we can hear from him too?
Sure.
Sure. We are going to update the TIA that was submitted to include the effects of the additional changes to the growth rate on the trip generation data. And so we were able to at least this afternoon run the numbers for the PM peak period, which is the most congested period in the downtown area. And then we will follow up with the AM and noon peak numbers similar to what was originally submitted and provide an updated document. And of course, if anything changes with the recommendations that we've already had, we will make everyone alert them at that time.
Okay, so we only have incomplete TIA data as of this evening.
Well, you have the data that is probably most impactful or would affect any recommended changes in the update that we were able to do today. Like I said, we will provide a full update with the rest of the data in the next coming days.
Okay, and what does the queue length on the westbound Rosemary look like right now, heading to the 86 intersection?
Right now, currently, or right now after
as they were corrected?
It's slightly less than the distance of where the proposed primary driveway would be at the maximum queue.
It's slightly 50 feet or 5 feet or 100 feet or?
I'd have to go to the numbers, but that was the idea in doing the mitigation strategy to retime the signal to give enough green time to prevent that queue from backing up into that driveway, the proposed primary access driveway.
Okay, thank you. And one more question for Kumar. You're estimating a price of $200,000 for North Street intersection improvements?
Correct, madam. $150,000 for a traffic signal because it's a big intersection. As you know, it's for Columbia Street comes on the other side. It's on a four-way intersection with awkward location. We don't know whether it will be council interest, whether it is a mass tram poles or regular wooden poles. But I took the most recent calculation from another traffic signal cost, and also included, even though in the Craig Scheffler slide it did not show, I have included all the four-way crosswalks, pedestrian amenities, pedestrian phasing, bicycle loops, and everything in the calculation with wooden poles. So the signal will cost around $150,000. And then I took the most recent pavement calculations for the right turn lane on North Street, which will cost around approximately $50,000. Not including the right of way if we need any right of way from the property. So that's how I came up with $200,000, and I worked with Craig also to confirm that.
Thank you. Do you think that the North Columbia Street arm will need any realignment, or will the current, it's got that odd sort of V entrance?
At this time, we don't know what DOT will require us, but a traffic signal will function as it is, like it is. But we probably need to make little bit tweaks going into the fire department property, and we know we own the fire department location, and also on the north side too, North Side Street, to see how it works out. But I am not expecting major tweaks though.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Ryan, can I build on that question? I was going to direct it back to Manager Jones. Since we now know a price estimate for this enhancement at North Street, will we not want to include that in our overall debt cost? Because we now have a price, and I'd hate to get to the 32.9 million in March and say, oops, now we're over it by us. We, 200 grand, because we know can that number, I know we haven't voted on anything, but that number should be adjusted. Is that correct? Up to at least include?
I think it could be included. If council wanted to do that this evening, we could certainly add that to the number, just to be sure that we have the funding that's there.
And would you suggest maybe a tad more for right-of-way purchase of amount of footage right there, so that maybe the number was 300,000?
Maybe, I think 300. I think 300 would be an appropriate number.
Okay, can we put that in reserve for the consideration when we're getting around to discussing the final parts of that? So thank you.
Sure. And just one more comment with that. I think it was Mr. Scheffler or somebody commented earlier on how important the North Street access is to the success of this project. I think it's actually critical to making it work. And that means it's also critical to the success of the Grub building as well. So I would suggest that might be an expense that's properly shared between the two parties.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, saw your hand next, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, so I wanted to follow up on the TIA question. I guess I'm a little confused based on the fact that one of the multipliers was miscalculated. And then I think what I heard is that we're going to get the rest of the updated calculations in here if there's anything that changes in terms of suggested mitigation, or if anything really changes. But then I also heard that it doesn't really impact the recommendations. So I'm a little confused on where we are, I guess, with the TIA.
Craig, do you want to respond to it?
Sure. Well, formally, like I said, given that when we went through the review of the inputs, that we want to most accurately reflect the projected growth ratios, that obviously we are going to update all of the numbers that were included in the TIA. That will have effects on all of the capacity analysis output in terms of the delays and level of service. But like I said, also that we were able to at least run the PM peak hour with the new numbers this afternoon. And in reviewing the original submitted information and the updated information from this afternoon, the differences are very marginal. They do not change level of service. They do not change the results from the intersection capacity analyses that we would do for this study in any way that would generate, at least right now, any additional or changes to the recommendations that we already have. But to be thorough, we want to look at the AM and noon peak hours where, yes, there is less traffic, both site generated traffic and traffic on the existing traffic on the streets, to be thorough, but we're not expecting at this point any changes to the recommendations based on those other peak hours.
And will that include the lot 2 numbers, which seem to have been excluded up until now?
The lot 2 numbers were included in the calculations, and they were also included in the traffic counts and estimations. And so not exactly sure what you're referring to, but you know, in any case of what was originally assumed what would happen with lot 2 in the traffic study versus what is currently being proposed in the design, the traffic that's currently generated by lot 2, either if it stays at lot 2 in this current design concept, or we had assumed that it would just go across the street to the deck, it's still included in the overall analysis numbers that we're looking at.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I just didn't see them in the counts. So you're saying that lot 2 was included?
Yes, it was included in the estimations. We didn't have specific counts at lot 2, but we took the counts that we had for both the Wallace deck, Rosemary deck, and the other surface lot, and went through the numbers and created an existing, based on the number of spaces, an existing activity ratio for each peak hour that would correspond to lot 2 traffic. We also had traffic counts at Rosemary Street and Columbia Street and at the entrances to the existing Rosemary deck. And so we could see the entrance to lot 2 there, that's in between those, and we compared those differences in count volumes to our estimates and came up with the estimated data for lot 2.
Okay. And so maybe this is a question, well, it sounds like what we're estimating is about $300,000 for the traffic mitigation on North Street. And so maybe this is a question for Maurice or Bob Jessup. So is that being shared with Grub, or is the town responsible for that? I'm assuming DOT is not going to pick up that bill.
I'll be happy to answer that. Right now, it's a cost of building the deck. Therefore, it's the town's responsibility.
Okay.
I'm subject to further agreement.
And I'll just share that DOT is not likely to pay for anything in the near future with their budget shortfalls. This has never been on their list, so adding something new to the list and expecting them to contribute at this point is probably unlikely.
That was my assumption as well. Okay. And where are we on UNC's commitment? So there was a letter of intent, and I know that's not even binding, really. So do we know where things are with the 100 spaces that they had expressed interest in?
So I talked to Gordon Merkline this afternoon, and it is with your legal department. They would have difficulty moving forward with ever thinking about adding an admissions building without having parking. As you know, they've been talking to the town for a number of years about how to supply that parking. And based on what I understand, they have a desire to go forward. It's just a matter of getting all the parties to agree, similar to what we've done. They've had the LOI probably 6 weeks now, and we had hoped that we would have gotten the draft back from legal by now. And I did not get any indication of timing, but hope that it would come out within the next few weeks. So I believe they have full intention of proceeding. It's just a matter of going through all their parking department and their legal department and getting everyone to make comment to frame what the purchase agreement will look like in the letter of intent.
Okay, and so given that it sounds like we have a reason to assume that they would continue to be interested, but if for some reason they pull out, then what happens?
I'll defer to Bob.
Well, there's the letter of intent or any commitment from UNC is not a condition in the economic development agreement. So it's just for us to work out with UNC. UNC's payments are not in the numbers that we've been looking at because I think we've also known that it could well be difficult to get any kind of commitment from UNC. They're having their own problems. And 100 spaces out of the 1,100 it's a 9% variance. But right now, nothing from UNC is a condition. We hope to get that. We're working on getting it, but the economic development agreement stands on its own. That's the town and UNC's business.
And so, but if we don't have that, then the financials don't look like they work very well. So then what do we do?
Well, I would suggest that the financials I do not believe the financials show anything coming in from UNC. So we're still hoping to see that 5-year payback, but I'll leave that to Amy in case I'm wrong on that.
So I think, yeah, the financials that we projected did not include the 2.4. I think what we talked about was that because the first few years were showing a shortfall based on the timing of when the first debt payment was due, we said that we could use, if the timing lined up, we could use the UNC payment to help offset the shortfall. If we do not have those funds, it depends what other revenue numbers look like. We would have to find another source. I think in the interim, my recommendation would be that we would look to the debt management fund to help fill that gap and then reimburse when the cash comes in. So we have an option. Ideally, obviously, we would be looking for the UNC contribution would be the best scenario.
Well, right, because this has all been predicated on keeping it contained in the parking fund, right? So, right. I mean, I guess that's what I meant. Okay. And I guess I'm sorry. I just want to ask one more question about lot 2. So Craig, it sounded like you were saying that because there was an assumption that the spaces were moving, that they were being kind of transferred to the deck, that they weren't actually getting counted, but those spaces are going to remain until whatever point in the future when that parking lot is no longer a parking lot. So I guess I'm not really following how they're fully accounted for in the TIA.
Well, they're accounted for on any intersection external to where they get in and out of their lot, because they're counted in the background counts for all of the deck spaces that are moving. So whether or not if the town lot stays open and those spaces are not included in the deck, then that traffic is still represented in the calculations for traffic included in the external streets. Because the focus of the traffic growth is essentially, again, that growth ratio, and again, it's net traffic over existing traffic, and so they are being accounted for. They're just not coming out of the deck entrance. They would be coming out of their existing entrance, and so we obviously can go back again and updating this TIA to parse out some of those vehicles to change those numbers.
Okay. Well, maybe I don't understand enough about TIAs, but it sounds to me like that we are assuming that certain that certain ones are guaranteed in the count, and that the ones from certain decks are being accounted for, but not those. So I'm not going to pretend to know more about this than I do, but it does sound like there's a deficit there in terms of the traffic count that needs to also be rectified, but I'm happy to be wrong about that. Thank you.
Ms. Stamen, then Mr. Nguyen, then Ms. Gu.
Some of my questions have been asked and answered, so that's helpful. I want to go back to the North Street question and the planning for what needs to happen on North Street. We know that it is a narrow street. It's already kind of tricky to drive, two cars going the opposite way. I don't think there's sidewalks. So we talked about the sort of investments to make it work better for cars, but I didn't really hear the investment to make it work better for bikes and pedestrians. I know it is a neighborhood, and we've heard from a lot of folks about that. So I want to make sure that we are, whatever we do is going to increase the safety and comfort for folks who still want to bike and walk. And we hope to have more people biking and walking in downtown and the whole area. So we need to make sure we're not undermining that goal with this investment. So I'm not sure who can speak to this, but talk about what the plans may be there and how we would pay for them.
So we certainly can define that planning initiative and moving forward with it. I think that my concern in not committing to it at this point in time was not knowing what right of way we have on North Street, looking at traffic counts and modeling it. But we certainly have a desire based on what we heard from the neighbors to know that pedestrians and bikes need to be considered. I just didn't know what the answer would look like without having an engineered drawing and understanding of right of way and what the capacity of width was to accommodate all those interests. But we can certainly, we will make sure that's included in our moving forward and come back to council with some recommendations and considerations of how we do work to accommodate all of those multiple modes.
So I guess that kind of is a good segue to my next question, which is around this idea, which I understand from what Bob was saying, that we've set whatever amount. If we move forward tonight, we set a maximum price, and that if we get to a point where we're ready to build or we're planning and realize, wait a sec, this is going to go over the price we agreed to, we can't, it's not going to work, but we still have to make the swap. That feels like not a great scenario for us. So I guess my question is, what would our options be at that point realistically? Would we go back to the design as a council and say, all right, we'll start, what's it called, value engineering? Is that the right term? Starting to learn things 3 years in. Is that kind of what would happen and we just need to get the price down rather than just have a broken down old deck?
At this point, we've included, Amy and I have had this conversation over and over. In fact, Amy would probably like to go a couple of weeks without seeing me every day. But we have tried to include in the current budget all of council interest, and we also still have a lump sum we've set aside for that North Street. And we think that that's going to look different than we originally thought it was because we've changed parcels. We're having it appraised. So, hopefully there'll be a few dollars left out of that balance. We're still planning for a lot of the amenities that council wanted. And so, we hope that we can accommodate the majority of this still within that. Amy and I, again, have played multiple scenarios, and Amy can certainly add to this comment. But unless we have substantial things beyond what I've heard discussed tonight, I'm not uncomfortable with the thought that I believe we can accommodate the North Street in our budget right now and move forward but there are other things that could come in the next 3 or 4 months that I'm not aware of. We have contingencies, multiple contingencies, and so I'll certainly ask Amy if she could add to any of this comment that I'm making.
No, I think what Dwight is saying is accurate. I think when we went into the original projections and looked at the original budget, we built a healthy contingency into those numbers, knowing that, you know, whenever we start a project, a myriad of factors could impact what the costs would wind up at. So we knew that that was something that might happen. And so as we've had conversations and things have come up, you know, we've changed the total amount that we've been looking at, but those contingency numbers are still built in. So I agree. I think that, you know, we have the room in there to think about what we're going to actually do a little differently while still getting the deck that, you know, the council would want and that the community would want. So there is flexibility unless something comes up between now and, you know, when we have a final construction cost that we just couldn't have anticipated. But we hope that does not happen.
So I appreciate that you've taken that approach to the budget. That was smart, for sure. And I would definitely want to factor in sort of the bike pad improvements that we would want to see there. I guess, let's say the worst case scenario happens, Amy, where something really unexpected does happen. Are we just, is the town just locked into this exchange no matter what?
Well, that might be a Bob question of the legal aspect. I think that I can say that I think my recommendation at that time would be that we would review the numbers again, see where we are, see if there's anything that can be done, see what kind of dollars we're talking about and what the impact over the 20-year is, right? So as we talk about this, we know we're going into this to finance, you know, over 20 years, we can probably absorb more because we're financing. The question becomes, at what point do we lose that comfort level of being able to pay back that debt? So I would say that my recommendation would be that we would have a conversation at that time. If we can't adjust the budget appropriately, we would have a conversation. And then if we couldn't get council to come to a comfortable level of, you know, where they felt comfortable taking that on, then I'm going to let Bob speak as to what the legal ramification would be.
But I think, Councilmember Stegman, I think that's right. If we, you know, concrete prices go up 25% in 6 months, then your choice will be to either bite the bullet and borrow more and build the same deck, to build a lesser deck, or to wait, or to you know, you have to go through the land exchange, but at that point, then you might say, but then we'll just turn around and we'll sell that property that the investor's title lot, will sell it back out. Or you try to work something out with your partners. It might well be that if you're not wanting to build the deck because the price is just too high, then maybe investor's title doesn't make you buy it. Maybe they ask for you to pay them some sort of breakage fee, and everybody goes on their own way. So your requirement would be to go ahead and buy the property, but then you could do with it what you wanted to. But the real answer is probably Dwight gets everybody back in the room and you see what's the best thing you can work out under those circumstances.
Okay. Thank you. One more quick question. I just want to understand. So I had asked the question and got a good answer, but I didn't understand it. So the design of the deck included the green walls for the north and whatever, you know which sides I'm talking about. And then I thought when I was reading the materials for this week that it said, oh, that was too expensive, so that's come out. I asked the question, you said, no, it's still in there. So I don't understand what I was reading.
And verify you read that too. I saw it in there as well.
2 places too. I went back because I was like, am I crazy?
So I've verified with the design team that it is in there, that it has not changed. I'm not sure where that came from, but I'm sure that Joe can reinforce that we checked with the design team and that we have not removed those green walls on either the east or north walls. They are currently planned.
Ms. Stegman, would you be willing to go find those pieces and ship them back to staff so we can show where they're spelled out, because they were spelled out? We now have it on video that they're going to be included, so you can take that, but it'd be nice to fix them in the document as well.
Yeah, I'll do that, especially because I know that was for one of the boards, their recommendation hinged on having those. So I wanted to make sure we were not misleading the board as well. So yeah, I'll find that and send it in. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wynn and Ms. Gu?
Thank you. Most of my questions have also been answered already. I just had a few more. Quick question for Amy. Is the $2.4 million contribution from UNC different from the yearly deck maintenance UNC
Yes.
contribution?
Yeah, the 2.4 was the calculation, and that number is still in question. The 2.4 was the first number we had. It was calculated based on the total cost of construction. They're basically buying 100 spaces. So it was an upfront, cost. The maintenance is an ongoing $40,000 that was calculated to help us keep those spaces maintained, right? So that amount would be received annually, whereas that 2.4 or whatever that amount comes out to be would be one time upfront.
Gotcha. So if we don't get the 2.4, we wouldn't get the annual stream of income either.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then question for Bob, could you please re-explain in more layman terms for me, because I guess I'm not super bright here, this whole the option to accelerate the timetables thing that was recently added to the EDA, and the reasoning for adding that and how that came to be?
Of course, and I try to I try to explain everything as simply as I can, but I know that's not actually necessary for you, but be that as it may. We had a discussion in some of our council discussions where we were talking about the town's option to repurchase and how it is right now. It's set out several years in the future. And the question came up, well, what if the entitlement process just completely breaks down and it's not going forward? Why should we have to wait so long to repurchase the property if that's what we want to do to get things started again? So in discussions with between Dwight and the folks at Grubb, we came up with 2 ways that the time when the town can act or when the town's option kicks in would be accelerated. One would be at Grubb's option. If we get to next November, the deadline for entitlements of the new office building, and Grubb is left with either no entitlements or entitlements that it believes don't make it economically worthwhile for them to go forward, they can tell the town, your 2-year option to repurchase starts now, because they're looking to get out of the project, and they would essentially have to give us the first opportunity to buy it at that make whole price. The second option is if Grubb gets turned down for those entitlements, and instead of applying for new ones, just throws up its hands and walks away and says, it's just not worth it. We're just going to leave. We're just going to walk away and wait for a period of time. Well, if we get into the time frame where they are not pursuing new entitlements and there's no building permit, the town can say, wait a minute, you're not even trying. So the town is going to accelerate the time that it can repurchase the property. So presumably you would do that because you would feel that Grubb was letting a golden opportunity slip by, and either you wanted to buy it for your own inventory, or you had some other developer saying, you've got the right to buy that property. Why don't you buy it and sell it to us? So that's the option. It came up as a result of council discussion saying, we're happy to wait, but if there should be some ways that we don't have to wait if things have really broken down.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. So it's giving us more flexibility essentially.
And right, and grub, because that way nobody has to wait around if nothing's happening. We can go ahead and deal with it. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Makes sense. And then, oh, I'm sorry, I wrote down the questions. And then do we know if UNC is moving forward with the 137 Rosemary lease?
So they have said that they are committed to probably 40 or 50,000 square feet. They've been assessing with their different departments and divisions and schools. They've also talked about even beyond the Vice Chancellor for Innovation and Economic Development having some flex space so that when they're making changes on campus that, you know, they might have an extra 10,000 square foot in their building that could be that flex space. So it is my understanding that they are in their final level of assessment and considering what they might commit to in the building, but they are moving forward.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then my last question is, in the council materials we received, it said that we took out the art piece, and I think it was the solar piece from the project budget, just because staff felt that, you know, there was a lot of unknowns, and that we would add that back at a later date. And so does that affect the, what was it, the $32.9 million kind of threshold if it comes back and we pass that? Does that affect the maximum price thing that we've been talking about?
So we've technically still have solar and art in it. And we decided that we would wait till we got our final construction bid because we're trying to meet all of the interests that we've heard from council in this negotiation. And we're going to do our best to try to fulfill all of that. But when we get that final construction budget, it may require us coming back and looking at some of those items. But right now, Amy and I just talked about it earlier this week and agreed that both of those are still in the budget. And we won't make a final decision until we move forward at some point in the future.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Guth and Mr. Boynton.
Okay, so, well, it is a lot of materials. The way that we are proceeding with this, I think it's just there are lots of questions. So I think I will try to choose the ones that I think is most important. So first question is regarding to protect the town's interest. So I think that I'm just citing some of the findings that are from the Noel Consulting Group. That is the consulting group that the town hired to evaluate the feasibility or the likelihood for this project to move forward. And it says that at I think at the very beginning, it says that the town has this regarding the property exchange. It said that the town's property and the combined property of the CVS and the adjacent parcel is similar size, but it says because of the town's property has better hourly parking revenue potential, is closer to Franklin Street businesses, and has the potential for easier development, entitlement development for future development, given that its lack of adjacent to single family homes. Its conclusion is the value will be paid to the town by grub properties to make up for the difference. So it seems like their conclusion is our parcel is more valuable, has better great potential for development. So can you explain that for our parcel exchange deal, why that we finally settle with actually giving back to the grub property 1.7 million, because it seems like there's a large discrepancy between what the consultant we hired versus what we are end up getting.
I'll take a shot unless Dwight, you want to do that.
Go ahead, Bob.
It was always been the case that the that the CVS deck and the Wallace deck were roughly equivalent, and the Wallace deck was more valuable. It was also always the case, for the first time that I saw numbers from Dwight back in the early spring, that the sum of CVS deck plus investors title was greater than Wallace, so that the town was going to have to put money in for the two combined parcels. At first, that was a much lower number because it turns out that the people who own investors title wanted a lot more money. The people who own that investors title lot wanted a lot more money for their parcel than we expected, by several $1 million. And after extensive conversations with council between Grubb, the town, and investors title, we settled on a price that would be paid for the investors title property. That did not change the initial valuations of the decks that went into the swap. And the parties, Grubb and the town, agreed that the valuations for the two decks in the swap would be based on the vacant land value, since each deck was going to be demolished. So when you took the value of the two vacant properties, which were roughly equivalent, with the towns being a little bit more, plus the high amount that the people wanted for the investors title lot, we ended up with a situation where it would take both the $1.7 million contribution from the town and the $400,000 payment from Grubb to balance out those values. So the initial consultant may have said that the Wallace deck is worth more than the CVS deck, but the parties agreed that that wasn't really the way to look at it, since both decks were going to be torn down. And the people who own the investors title property, this is what they wanted for it. And after, again, a series of discussions that included discussions with council, those were the values that we settled on. And they're based on both the appraisals of the vacant land that the town and Grubb had for their property, and the price, not based so much on an appraisal, but it's just on the demanded price from investors title.
So we look back to our original appraisals. The Wallace deck was valued higher, you're correct. And we've maintained that value. Grubb Properties and Joe Dyer here and can vouch for that. The CVS deck came in at a lower rate. I believe our rate was 98 per square foot. Grubb's was around 92 per square foot. And then we began negotiating with investors title, and the broker that they got to represent their property saw a much different market than we did, and wanted to go to the highest valuation that has been achieved in downtown, which is a little over 120 per square foot. And from there, it's where we came back to council and we attempted to negotiate from a high of 5.4 down to the 4.9. And Joe certainly can add some context to this if it's helpful, but it was just, if we wanted to proceed, we brought it back to council, and with Grubb agreeing to contribute $400,000 toward the overall acquisition, it seemed that it was still worthwhile to proceed.
Well, I understand the process. And I have raised those concerns at the time when the council were having those discussions at the closed session. I don't know that, of course, I understand that from the property owner's perspective, they're going to ask the highest price they can get. And also for the Grubb property, I think that because they're going to be the owner that of this combined property and exchange that with the town, I think I don't know if there is the conflict of interest, that how they would be, or why we would expect them to negotiate in the best interest of the town. I do not know that I think we discussed at the time, if there are other options for the town. Let's say if we really want to build this parking deck, why don't we just rebuild our Wallace deck? It is the corner lot. It has 2 entrances, like to access both Anderson Street and the Rosemary Street. It has great potential if the town decided to use it for other uses, or if we have other like strategic downtown development plan. There are lots of other options for us. I don't know why that we are not pursuing for those options, that we decide to like, this is the only way, whatever it takes, even though the deal is unfair to the town, but just because the property owners that are demanding unreasonable values for their property, that the town has to go with that.
So the one thing that I could say in response is Grubb was not negotiating. Joe will tell you that when we finally came to this deal, Dwight was in a closed meeting with the attorneys, and I made a case that I heard from counsel from the previous closed session and pleaded that case. And Jim Fine was there. He heard what I had to say that I had gathered from counsel. And I would like to believe that that was probably what closed the deal, was the sincerity of showing that we wanted to be a good partner with Investor Title, but there was also a reality behind the deal. And certainly Joe played a huge role in getting that price down from that initial ask, and also offering for Grubb to make a contribution. But it was a mutual benefit. And there's also a maximum that we can add to the Wallace Tech and Ever Supply parking for East Rosemary. Structurally, it would just, it would, you know, we were looking at $2.4 million for 100 spaces. If we were to add another 100 on top of that, the price would go up rather substantially, because there's additional structural that would need to be done to accommodate that. And we would still be at only half the spaces that we're looking at today at the new parking deck.
Well, I think that you're making a case that if the town decide that we have to go forward, this is the offer we have to take. I understand that. And I think I have gone through the council sessions. I understand that that is accepted at the time, but I'm just asking that why it remains a question for me, why we're not pursuing other opportunities. And given that the town is only 2 strategic parcels on 2 ends of the East Rosemary Street, we have many other options. But I'm not going to haggle on this like forever. I know many other people have questions. And then for the properties, well, I think it's related to the last question. I think that you said, or I think other council members also asked this question. So it seems like it is written as it's written in the EDA, is if the council, the final construction cost, but no matter what, we still have to do the property swap. I think that, I mean, in relation to the previous question, even the town is taking this deal, even though we understand that we are doing this deal is not beneficial or fair to the town, in the hope that we can create this office building and downtown entrepreneur, those kind of issues. If for whatever reason that we cannot move forward with this project, why it is to the interest of the town? Because we're going to be asked by this question by the people of this town. Now, why is it to the interest of the town that we still need to swap out a parcel that is of higher value and with greater potential for development?
Well,
why is that a way to protect the town's interest?
I mean, I think that's more a question for your colleagues than for staff. The answer, first of all, I would say that I do not know that this is a deal that is unfair and not in the town's interest. And I think that to describe it as something that we know is unfair is, I don't think that's accurate. But I do think that the answer, you're right that that question is related to the previous question, in that if we want Investors Title to be part of this overall transaction, we have to make a firm commitment now. We cannot wait until March because they are not going to wait until March for a commitment. They will wait till March to get their money, but they have said that they're not going to wait, and we believe them in that case. Now, I would just say that the risk is that you have that additional money that the town has to put in, but again, you are then left with either a choice parcels that can be held and build a new parking deck, or 2 parcels that can be sold for redevelopment. And that's what how that downside risk is managed through this agreement.
Well, I think that people can have all different opinions or ideas with regard to what's the best use of the town's 2 corner parcels. I think I'm open to that, but I don't want, again, I do not want to like jump into my conclusion. I'm asking questions to make sure that people understand that. So another question that you talk about the lease agreement, and you said that there is no like incentive package or anything like it's involved with that. But I am just quoting the numbers that from Dwight that sent to us, I think this week. He mentioned that he's expecting, adding the remaining debt that's still on Wallace Stack and adding the rental costs and then adding the tax that we're going to pay for the Grub property and then the insurance that it is amount to about like 4 million over the lease period. That seems like a significant amount of money, well, especially given that the town is swapping out that property. And for us, on top of that, to continue to pay additional 4 million to grab a property, it seems like hard to understand. Well, I think especially the part that they already own the Wallace Stack at that time, why that we should continue to be paying for their property tax and insurance. Why is that to the interest of the town?
So we negotiated with Grub, and we, as management operator of that deck for some period of time, which we hope is not 5 years, we hope it's an initial 1 year, they get their entitlement, and then they begin their zoning compliance and building permit. And 6 months after that, they're ready to tear the building down and build. And so in our negotiation, in exchange for, they're simply trying, they have a mortgage holder on this property that they have to guarantee some level of income. And if you look at their income, it's roughly 350 or 370,000 per year, no matter which model you look at, whether you look at the flat rate lease or the percentage. And they needed that net income in order for the release of the CVS stacking to take this on as a asset. And so they're allowing us to subtract all of those expenses in the percentage years before we divide the net revenue. And so it tends to not be quite as much as it would be if we weren't subtracting those operating costs before we split the income. And so based on those negotiations, it seemed like it was reasonable. When we had this conversation in May and June with council, it was fine to go forward the first year, especially during construction. And then Grubb said, well, we want to operate parking here. And the town was not willing to allow that deck to operate privately. And so to protect the economic vitality of our downtown, we felt it would be better that we manage the deck for the good of the whole of downtown. And we arrived at these numbers and this negotiation where we are today.
Okay, so to summarize, your explanation is that even though the town may only need to rent that deck for 1 year during construction, but we are considering to extend that and to have this lease that will continue to manage the deck for the Grub property, paying their tax, their insurance, paying all the maintenance, like cleaning, lighting, and the utility and everything for the grub property, because that will be helpful for them to be willing to get into this deal. Is that correct? Because as you said, we value this deal and think it's other benefits for the
So I believe Joe Dye would like to respond.
I think there's a great mischaracterization. What's unfair is the mischaracterization of the deal. The deal is, in any rational swap of property, there should be no entitlement at all to revenue. We understand maintaining revenue is important to the town. We've negotiated around the town maintaining revenue out of that deck after the exchange of property. If you start with the land swap, we're paying $4.9 million for the investor's title lot, and the town's exposure on that is only $4.5 million. That's all money out of pocket. We're not making a dime on that. When we operate that town, it's important for the town to maintain and manage parking for the betterment of the parking strategy for all downtown. We agree with that. We agree to sharing revenue with the town out of that deck for the period of the lease back, for the initial construction of the deck, and for the initial lease period of the deck. That's all to the benefit of the town.
But why would the town needs to continue to manage Wallace Deck after we had the new deck that was 1,100?
That was all at your request to manage.
Our request?
Yes.
I would say that.
Why we okay. So that is the part I do not understand. Given that the town is going to have this new deck already, why should we have the to take on another 385? I think that's the size of the Wallace Deck, the whole additional Wallace Deck, until grub property is ready to either develop the new office building or like sell it out for other purpose. Why the town should be doing that? You do not need to go to the part of that will be helpful to further this deal or this economic development agreement. I got that part. I'm just saying that why this deal is fair to the town. I do not see that why after we have this 1,100 new spaces from the new parking deck, we should continue to manage this old Wallace deck until grub property is ready to move on.
So the two-part answer to that is the town, first of all, the town is only required to manage that deck for 1 year after the new deck is open. So if the town, after that first year, doesn't want to manage that property anymore, the town can cancel the lease. The reason the town might want to continue the lease is so that those spaces are managed in a way that's consistent with the rest of the town program, so that the town doesn't get undercut by those prices, or and I mean that's kind of the main reason. I would also point out, and this is a change from what was in the last full version of the management agreement, is that I understand from Dwight that the taxes and insurance and that maintenance fee, again, all come off the top in what the town keeps before dividing the revenue 60-40. And that is a difference. So the town is paying them, somebody's got to pay them. And it is, if the general deal is that the town is going to take off the expenses and then split the net revenue, those are reasonably classified as expenses that will be deducted from the monthly gross revenue to determine the monthly net revenue.
Well, the presumption for that is there is revenue remaining after the town is paying all the maintenance costs, the staff, the utility cleaning, and everything that are related to maintaining that deck. Given that we already have a new deck that's built with 1,100 spaces, that we are taking on this new, the old Wallace deck, maintain it, paying the property tax, and the insurance, and if it's a big if, there are still revenue left the Grubber property is going to get 60% of the net revenue and the town only get 40%. Okay, I'm not going to haggle on this question. I think people have heard enough of that. I'm not going to haggle on that anymore. So, and then I think I have this question. I have talked about that last time about whether or not our revenue projection is supported by our historic data. I think that I shared the numbers, I request numbers from our town staff. So it's not data that are from unknown sources. I request data from our town staff. I shared the findings with our council members and the staff. So it's clear that in the past 5 years for the Wallastack and the CVS, like combined, the revenue is hovering around 700,000. And the projection that we are having now for this new deck is almost 400,000% of the historic data, right on the second or third year of after the new deck is being built. I'm not saying that, well, there are all sorts of things that in the world it can happen. So, but so far I haven't seen reasonable justification that is supported by numbers to justify those numbers. I haven't seen it from our town staff. I haven't seen it in the Walker's study that you mentioned. I haven't seen that in the Noel Consulting Group analysis. So I do not know that why our staff feel so confident after this new deck is built that we can have a 400% jump in revenue.
So the first
numbers, if that is possible.
So the first thing I would say is the 137, 136 building has been vacant for a number of years. And I showed the projection that there's at least 250 space demand there. Our parking study said that we were at over 80% occupied and we needed to build parking to support the future. Downtown merchants have told us over and over and over again that we don't have sufficient resources to support their businesses. And if we grow this 200,000 square foot of office building, it is very easy to understand all of that together certainly could absorb every parking space that we are anticipating building at this point in time. And we're still below the occupancy level on a percentage basis that we are and have been at Lot 2 and Wallaceck, historically speaking. And so we felt that based on the fact that we're coming underneath that occupancy number, we know about that new demand that's coming online because of Grubb finishing that office building and potentially building an office building, and the fact that we already had an unmet demand that was not being supplied, that we had comfort that we were not being unreasonable with our projections. In fact, it is our view that we've tried to take a conservative view on these projections to the best of our ability and based upon all the information that I just shared.
I also want to share, Dwight, you were going to share back too, that we already have increased our parking, hourly parking and our lease parking rates. So we went from $1 an hour to $1.50 to match all the other parts of town. So that enhances the revenue numbers as well. The 5-year average on the Wallaceck is actually $636,000 per year, and the 5-year average on the CVS when it was functioning was $206,000. So between the increased monthly leasing, the number of increased monthly leasers that we're expecting, we have very few monthly leasers in either the Wallace or the CVS. We're predicting over 400, I don't remember the number, 425 or something lease spaces. And the fact that we've increased the hourly rate significantly really brings those revenue numbers way up. And you're only predicting a 65% occupancy in the first few years. So the hope is it'll make even more than 2.4 million a year because we hope we'll do more than 65% occupancy.
Well, I think that we can say that there are potential for it needs to be supported by the numbers. You can say there is an increase, 50% increase for hourly rate. And of course, but for the monthly lease, it's only less than 8, I think it's 18% increase. So you cannot assuming 50% for all of the parking spaces. And for the increase from 137 office building that the group probably is building, well, if you have a number, say how much that is going to be added, we can take a look at your revised model and say if that will bring up to 400%. But I'm not going to like haggle on that. Again, I understand other council members have lots of other questions. And then there is this question that when I'm reading the EDA, there is the clauses about independent investigation. The conditions of the party's obligation to close. There is, I don't see that how the town, and then almost all of them is talking about how the grubber property is going to do the investigation by the province with the property, and if there's anything wrong, that how we're going to handle that. But I haven't seen that in this EDA, how the town is going to do the investigation to ensure that the CBS stack property, as well as this investor's title property, which hasn't been transferred, how do we get access to that? How we're going to investigate whether or not there's problems for this. I haven't seen that in those protection clause in this EDA agreement. I know that, or if we add who is going to do that to ensure that our town's interest is being protected.
So I have been working with Ann Anderson to do our title searches where needed. We've been working with Joe Dye to have borings done on the property. We've been working together to make sure both of us meet our due diligence deadline, and to make sure I understand the question is making sure we're doing that due diligence. That has already begun and is underway now. And there are additional things that we will do in the month of October to make sure that we both and all understand the land and land conditions that would be a part of this property exchange should we go forward. And Bob may have additional comments related to this subject.
Just one quick comment. Again, in response to council discussion, the due diligence period is now made mutual, that either side can back out before the end of October based on the due diligence investigations. In discussion with staff, we didn't feel that it was necessary to delineate all the steps that the town would be taking in the economic development agreement, and just knowing that the town would be doing it.
Well, I don't understand that, but given that it's an economic development agreement that is bounding for both us and them and the grab property, I think that it should like matching or comparable clauses that will protect both our interest and their interest. Of course, we're going to do that, but given that it's a contractual document, I don't know why that we're not including those clauses over there. Seems like there is a mismatch or unbalance.
Well, just from a drafting approach, since the town can back out for any reason within that 30 days, just from the process of drafting, I didn't think it was needed to spell out all the reasons why the town could back out if we simply said the town can back out for any reason and the town is satisfied that it can carry out the responsibilities. So that's the answer.
Like you said in the beginning, the town cannot actually completely back out. The exchange of the property will be decided or sealed after tonight. Is that correct?
Well, no, there is this 30-day due diligence period during which either side can completely back out and there be no ongoing responsibility.
Due diligence 30 days is from like today?
From when it's signed, yes.
When this EDA is signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the due diligence that requires us like to, well, from my reading of this document, requires like engineers or like people to go to the site to do the investigations. Given that investors' property has not been transferred to Grub, so they're the ones that owning the property. So the document we are signing now is with the Grub property. So how are we going to ensure that we can do all the investigations when the third party is not a part of this?
Well, the third party, I understand it has at least granted, at least orally, the permission to enter onto their property. And the other answer is, if they are not forthcoming and we cannot get it done, then we say we're not going forward because the other side's been recalcitrant. I mean, that's, and as Dwight indicated, the process of lining up the professionals to do the work, and in fact, doing the work, is already underway. It's not waiting for the completion of the EDA.
But given the Grub property has laid out all the exits or thresholds and all these things in the document, I mean, in comparison, the relative lack of those specifics or the items that to protect the town's interest seems, oh, I do not understand. So which is the reason that I'm asking that question. So another question is about, I think the manager talking about, like, we have all the information that has been presented to the public since last year. I mean, earlier this year, but can you confirm that the presentations at advisory boards and these things did not include the key components about like property exchange or the timeline or how much we're going to pay, and all these like key informations are only being released in the weekend before the Labor Day? Is that correct? Can you confirm that?
Councilmember Gu, are you speaking about the appraisals that were done?
Well, I think I think many other informations, including the appraisal or the drafts of EDA or the draft of Wallace Stack lease agreement and all these things, that it has been first, like all the documents associated with the key essential information about this project. That I think that our first public opening, public hearing is on September the 9th, and that information is released. September the 9th is the Wednesday after the Labor Day, and the information related to that hearing is released before the Labor Day. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was released the week before, as
No,
our documents are for council meetings.
It was not the Friday before the Wednesday council meeting. It was the Friday before that. That's
true. That's right.
Went out.
Yes, I sent an email to all council members per our pledge to council to release them a week in advance of our regular time so that you had sufficient time to review all of those legal documents.
So these documents are being released in what does that exactly mean? It's being posted online. Is that what you mean?
So we shared a link with council on Friday or Monday, and then the next Friday, they were released publicly on the town's website as a part of the town agenda.
So the next Friday means the weekend before the Labor Day.
Right.
Correct?
Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay. That's not when they went to council, but that's when the agenda was posted. Right.
Yeah, so I'm credible when I say that the public information has been released the weekend before the Labor Day weekend.
Right, so approximately 4 weeks and 2 days ago.
Yeah, because the public only have access, well, if someone is really paying attention about what the council is going on and they're routinely checking what the documents are being uploaded to the town's website. But even those people, their first chance of having access to those key details of this project is the weekend right before Labor Day. And the council have the first hearing right after the Labor Day.
But I have to say, in defense of staff work and release of those documents, we have been very forthcoming with council in following a memorandum of understanding that you adopted back in March. And every one of these agreements have been back to you for point-by-point negotiation along the way. and continuing to follow that memorandum of understanding. So if someone was paying attention and wanted to know, they could know the path that we were on and the parameters that council, the elected body, set forth for us to move forward with those negotiations.
But I thought all the conversations are being done, or discussions or negotiation are being done in the closed session, and we're not allowed to share that information with the public. Or all the closed session material, we're not allowed to access those informations, or we did not give access to access those informations before the closed session, and we're not allowed like taking screenshot or anything, and we're not allowed to like store this information in.
Is there a question embedded in all here, or can you make
it? Okay, so I'm just trying to confirm. My original question is asking the manager to confirm that the weekend before Labor Day.
And that's been confirmed.
Is that correct? Okay, good, great. That's my question.
And I will call a time limit here. You've been going on for almost 40 minutes. So can you wrap up, please? So other council members can have a chance.
Okay, I will yield. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buoyancy?
Yep. So I just had one question. This was related to actually something that Mr. Bassett had mentioned before about, I think it's 137 East Franklin and 136 East Rosemary. Can you give us a timetable on when those renovations are going to be completed?
I can tell you what I know, but since we have Joe here, they have their entitlement, they're progressing. They need the laydown lot to begin to put a tower, a crane up to reface the building. The last conversation Joe and I had, and he will confirm this or deny it, is late fall, early winter of next year. So probably November, December of next year, the building should be occupiable. Is that correct, Joe?
Generally, that's correct. We are working on final plans right now, Mr. Ponce. We'll start construction in earnest this month. We're finishing interior demolition and abatement work. That's hard to see from the outside. We'll be in for permits the remainder of this year. The Franklin building should be complete around May of next year, and the Rosemary building by the end of October next year is our current schedule.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Parker? You're muted.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't find my mouse. So just one quick question for Bob. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So what you're saying, what you've said before when we've raised the issue of if, the GMP, if the construction costs come in significantly over what we budgeted, we have the right not to build the deck, but we still have to go ahead with the property exchange. And I was trying to understand what the rationale for that is. And if I understood you correctly, what you're saying is basically what we really have to do may not be exchange the property, but buy the fine property. So if instead of having to proceed with a property exchange that in hopefully a circumstance that never happens, because we have decided that the cost of the deck is just, too much, we could, instead of just exchanging the Wallace deck for the fine property and the CBS deck, could we not retain ownership of the Wallace deck, but come up with the $4.9 million to buy out the fine property, but keep the Wallace deck and have Grubb retain ownership of the CBS deck? Would that be a possible alternative?
It certainly is well, let me give you a good lawyer's two-part answer.
I hope you're a good lawyer.
Well, good thing I only have two hands. It is certainly a possibility at that time. If we do, then it's certainly a possibility at that time. As I was saying, it's a matter of get everybody in the room and see what you can work out. I think at this point, we understand that Grubb wants to swap properties. They want that Wallace deck property. So the agreement is going to say we have to swap the property. What we do with it is our business. But Investors Title wants to be paid and Grubb wants the Wallace deck.
But I guess my question is, and Joe can speak for himself, is the Wallace deck of value to Grub if the town is not building an 1,100 parking space deck? I mean, we've been told, many times that Grub can't build the office building if we don't build the deck. So why would Grub want the Wallace deck if the parking deck isn't happening?
It's a very good question. It's not at all the way this has been negotiated up to now over 10 plus months. So it's a very different change. And it's a very good question, Mr. Parker. What underpins to make this swap work? It has to have an exchange of collateral. Right now we have debt financing on the CBS property, which includes the deck. And the lender has to see a like exchange for collateral. That's the CBS deck for the Wallace deck. That's the only way the swap works, to truly swap the properties. What you're saying now is, what if the swap doesn't occur? Does it have to then have that exchange? I think it's a fair question. I don't want to say a definitive answer because it requires good thought, but the way it's been negotiated over these several months is it's required to make the swap work ultimately.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, I understand that there has to be an equal value exchange. That's what I'm saying is what's always underpinned the exchange was the need for the parking deck. And
Correct.
So, I mean, do you go ahead and build an an $80 million building with no parking deck across the street? My suspicion is probably not.
It would make it a lot more difficult. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's not, it's an eventuality that I hope with all my heart never comes to pass. And so, but I did want to at least raise it and let you and Bob think about it and see if there's anything that needs to be addressed there. And that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had two questions. One of them I already asked the manager, that if we could include extra money and change the EDA to include the North Street enhancements. I realize you have contingency money in there anyway, but I think it's important for council to spell out that we know that these are going to be some costs, and I'd like to see those reflected. So is it possible to change?
I think it's a relatively small number in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we do have concerns about that number growing much beyond the 33.2, but I think that we could certainly include it now. And if we don't need it down the road, then that's great.
Okay. My next question is, Ms. Jones, could you explain, one of the concerns we had was that we had a lot of change order cost overruns on some of our other capital projects that we have done in the past. Yep. Would you explain the process of what would happen if there was a change order request, what it would go through, who has the ultimate signing authority, and just give us a heads up of how that works?
Sure. Well, we've got a management team that's in place, an internal management team that's in place. In addition to that, we have a partner with Walker Consulting that will be working with us on this project as well. So any sort of significant change order would have to be reviewed by our team and by Walker and working with Grub before it's ever approved. And of course, if there's anything that's significant that goes beyond, potentially just beyond the 32 or $33.2 million, then we would have to come back to council and have a discussion about that. So we put in place a number of internal controls to help ensure that that doesn't happen.
Okay, and it sounds like this project has to be cleared by the local government commission twice. Is that correct? It has to be cleared first off on its validity, and Amy, you were saying that was November sometime, perhaps, and then again before we'd actually go out and borrow the money.
Well, we had an initial conversation with the local government commission when the exchange looked a little different, because there's a uniqueness to what we're proposing here. So they are already aware of the project. Our timeline has changed, so we would not necessarily have to go before them in November. Okay. We will set a timetable that we would share with council. We'll have to come before council a couple times to get certain things approved along the way, and we'll be working very closely with the LGC throughout that process.
Okay, and sorry, I know I can only say a couple. Mr. Jessup, is the fact if we got if we were not approved by the local government commission, is that a reason that we could then back out of the contract?
You would not have, again, you would not have to build the deck, but you would still have to proceed with the swap, and you would
I hear you.
rub for the money that they advanced for, that they've been advancing for the entitlement process.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's now time to hear from our public, people wishing to speak on this topic. Some people have already signed up, and we will have Mr. Parker call the first two people into the room. A friendly reminder is we want you, if you haven't signed up and wish to speak, you need to raise your hand in the chat or raise your hand function so that we can find you. Please stay within your 3 minutes, and we will move you in and move you back out from the panel section. You are welcome to show us your video or not. That is up to you. So thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Mike Zhang, followed by Han Gao.
Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
we can.
Okay. Actually, I'm speaking for 5 of my family members, so I don't know how much time I have.
Just 3 minutes.
Okay. I load a quick script I just show on my screen. So, dear Mayor and the council members, I have been living in Chapel Hill since 2004. So it's been 16 years. I'm a kind of a long-time citizen. So I would like to see the growth and the future development of beautiful downtowns. And it looks like good project to pursue from tonight's first part of presentation. But after all I heard from the discussions was the town's obligations, but no any commitment from the developers. So once the exchange starts, the town could be and very likely be the loser. I'm the certified financial planner and investment advisor representative. From my professional view, we look at the numbers, both of the current costs and the future projections. If the number is not sure, as I understand tonight, a lot of unknown and unsure things, we should not go further. Since I just learned about this project a couple of days ago, some friend told me about that. So I'm sure most of our citizens have no idea about this project also. Since the first public discussion was September 9th, and it was public data was released on a website, which I'm sure not many people will look at. So today, after 21 days, it's on voting course, when most citizens are focused on COVID-19 and the president elections debate yesterday. All I say is what a speed. I just heard that 100% capacity usage and 10% growth annual rate was used. Both numbers are very aggressive. So from financial point of view, it's very hard to achieve. And the project, the usage or the rate grows at 6.7 times, which is 10% in 20 years. It's much, much higher than the inflation rate, which is at the 3% for the past 100 years. So it's very higher than that. So this kind of projection number is very, very hard to achieve or impossible to achieve, to be say exactly. Since I did not have enough time to verify all the numbers in such a short time, actually it's just 1 day for me. So please correct me if there is any error. So here is my concern about the development of the new consolidated parking deck on the East Rosemary Street. I believe that it will end up being a great burden to the residents of the Chapel Hill in the coming years. Here's the breakdown of the cost which I learned from tonight's discussion. First, the exchange of parking deck. Although cities parking deck.
It's time to wrap up. When you sent us the email, we had that before too. So can you give us your last statement, please?
Okay, I just go quickly. So this number, which is huge number, and also projected 400% based on 10% growth, which is I just said. Another point I want to make is even this new build it up is 45 square footage per to rent rate, which is way higher than the average rate, which is also unachievable numbers. So I just kind of calculate this exchange. So the town's parking lot was 6.3 million. If 5 years we change it back, it will be.
Your time has been up for a minute now, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Han Gao followed by Xiping Feng. Are they with us, Amy?
I'm trying to ask to unmute and or share their video.
Okay.
And then the second person that you just called, I do not see.
Okay.
You want to call the next name.
Okay, so after Han Gao, we'll have Katie Luvis.
Am I up?
You're up.
And can y'all hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Luvis, and I work with the Chamber for Greater Chapel Hill Carborough. It's my pleasure to speak with you this evening on behalf of our more than 700 members and share our full support of the East Rosemary redevelopment project. You received about a dozen letters of support from our members, including those on our Board of Directors and Government Affairs Committee. In their letters, our members shared our collective enthusiasm for the deal and extended our sincere appreciation for each one of you and for the town staff who've all worked so thoughtfully to structure such a visionary and comprehensive economic development agreement. There are so many benefits to this partnership, including transforming 40-year-old deteriorating buildings into state-of-the-art modern structures, delivering 200,000 square feet of wet lab and office space, which includes an $80 million private investment, spurring the relocation of UNC admissions to downtown, adding desirable green space and improving parking. All of this helps our local business community. There are a few points that we'd like to make specific to the agreement structure. First, we found the structure of the agreement to be well-defined with well-managed risk. It is clear that staff have used very conservative financial models. They've structured the agreement to leverage the town's self-sustaining parking revenues and have carefully minimized risk. All of this means that the partnership projects a positive annual cash flow. With your due diligence and third-party review, you are meeting and exceeding your fiduciary responsibilities, and we thank you for that. Second, as we learned during the intercity visit to Bloomington, Indiana, town investment in infrastructure, it's just plain necessary. It's necessary to attract the private capital required for the office and lab space that we desire. As you know, for developers to get the financing they need to build office space, they need banks, but the banks require a certain level of parking before they'll finance a deal. So government investment in parking structures is really important to achieve an activated and sustainable downtown. So in closing, this is a transformative agreement that will bring to life our community's long-held vision for our downtown and accelerate our economic recovery. The team at Grubb Properties have shown again and again their commitment to our community and our values, and they have proven to be a trusted and valued development partner. So we encourage you to vote to approve this agreement, move forward with the land exchanges, and make this remarkable partnership a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We also have, since we're combining elements of this, we also have now Lark Hayes and Matt Gladdick who also wish to speak. So Lark and then Matt. Okay, we see your hand, Mr. Hayes.
I'm going to forget the video. It's
Ms. Hayes.
good evening. Yes, no problem about that. I'm Lark Hayes. I've lived or worked in Chapel Hill for the last 35 years, and I currently live on East Rosemary Street, just about exactly 2 traffic lights away from the proposed project area. I want to make 2 quick points, if you'll indulge me. The time is very short. First of all, about the perils of public decision-making in the time of COVID, and then some very specific points about the ingress and egress issues that have been talked about before. Mostly, I just want to respectfully request the council use the utmost caution about proceeding with these sort of major decisions in the times of COVID, when frankly, meaningful public participation was never possible for this project. I started engaging back with, I think, one of the first Zoom calls in April, but Mr. Zing is more like the people I'm interacting with, haven't really heard about the project, don't really know what it is. I've reached out to lots of civic-minded friends, people who serve on boards and are always in the thick of things and local issues. Ever since April, they've been telling me, gosh, Lark, you know, I don't know anything about it. I've been hard pressed to find anybody, even among the engaged citizenry, who's knowledgeable or has been involved with this project. And comparing it to something like Greenbridge and the kind of public participation and deliberations that went on with that, even though there was absolutely no money, public money or public assets involved, this could not be a greater contrast. The upshot of this is twofold, in my opinion. Please don't mistake the abysmally low level of public engagement with this project as affirmative support. It is really that people are going through their most stressful time, they're totally distracted, and they do not even know really what the project is about. The second upshot, please do be much more conservative in your decision-making, in all aspects of your decision-making, than you would have had to be if we had had the benefit of citizen involvement. I think a lot of the confusion that's evident, even among the council members tonight, is a result of the lack of the opportunity, no fault of yours, for public participation due to COVID. On the ingress and egress issue, I couldn't agree more with Councilwoman Ryan, who said this project cannot succeed without the ingress and egress design being successful. We know from the traffic study, the combined TIA that I've been waiting on since, let me finish, please. I've been waiting on since was posted on the site 10 days ago on September 21. Now, I find out tonight it's going to have to be revised again, that you don't even have the land secured for the access or egress out to North Street, and you don't have the basic information about the right-of-way to make the improvements on North Street. Now, just really quickly, everybody should remember that the consultants have nixed 2 of the access points on Rosemary because, as the town's own staff member said tonight, we have a pretty busy street there currently. I wrote down his quote.
Can you wrap up?
So that the traffic is so heavy on Rosemary that you cannot even have the 2 access points. Wrapping up, please look at figure 16A, where there was identified potential Columbia Street access behind the PNC Bank. It would get you access out to the 4-lane road of Martin Luther King without burdening Rosemary, without burdening tiny little North Street.
Thank you.
Thank you for the additional time, and I appreciate your efforts.
Okay, thank you. We have Matt Gladdick, and then I don't know if anyone has raised a hand. Let us see. Yes, we have, after Matt Gladdick, we have Martin Johnson.
Am I ready?
Yep. Go for it.
Okay. This is Matt Gladdick. I'm the Executive Director of the Chapel Hill Downtown Partnership. Thank you, Mayor and Council and Manager, for the time to speak today. I'd like to echo Katie Lewis's comments today, and I'll keep my comments separate from that since you've had a long meeting already. As downtown grows and as Chapel Hill tries to grow sustainably with it, projects like this are incredibly important. This is the type of project that's going to bring jobs to downtown, where we have the most transit-rich area in all of the town. We have a place where not a single tree is going to have to be cut down to put this office building. We have a space where we're going to be able to increase our commercial tax base by millions of dollars, as well as providing the jobs for our citizens that we need, and take advantage of the university and the connections there. As we recover from the pandemic, there are many people across the U.S. expecting second-tier and third-tier cities like our own that are going to be picking up jobs that are going to be leaving some of the bigger areas where property is much more expensive than it is here. This is an opportunity to really take advantage of that demand for office space, and again, make sure that we're putting it in a sustainable place that we have the access and the transit ability to support. Additionally, I'd just like to point out what Rosemary Street is right now. It's only been a car gutter. Right now, the street is about 1,900 linear feet on 2 block faces. This has the opportunity to activate over 1,000 linear feet of it with office building and park space, and giving us 2 green spaces in downtown where we desperately need green space to be able to host events, where it's something that's been extremely lacking in this time of COVID, to not have more public space except for our sidewalks, which thanks to the town, we've been able to expand in this time to make sure there's more space for people downtown. I'm very grateful for the town taking this. I think this will be a project that will really spur many other good projects in downtown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Martin Johnson followed by Charles Humble.
Great, thank you here. So when I die, I hope I come back as a car, because then I know Chapel Hill will move heaven and earth to take care of me. It's really, really frustrating to experience this pandemic, to see Chapel Hill be completely unconcerned about the well-being of my kids and my family, my students, while COVID kind of rages, and instead focus all of its time on building this gigantic parking deck in the middle of town. I think I really appreciate Congressman Hung Bin Gu, or Representative Hung Bin Gu, to all her efforts to kind of show how faulty the economics behind this is. It's unbelievable the town is still losing money, still paying off a debt for a parking deck that's 30 years old, almost 30 years old, and is now proposing to destroy that deck to build another deck that's even larger. We're moving into a future in which cars will be less dependent on cars. We'll have self-driving cars, electric cars, and I don't feel like this kind of very outdated mode of economic development is going to work for the town. I love the idea of office space, and I would be happy if the town was taking out a $30 million loan to build office space. What we don't need is another parking deck downtown that I think just will make Chapel Hill even more car dependent than it already is, will threaten the North-South bus rapid transit project, and a bunch of other things. There's, again, lots of things that the town could be spending its time and energy on right now, and to instead be passing this deal while everyone else is stressed out about all sorts of other things just seems like a negligence of duty. And I really hope that in next year's election that the people who vote for this initiative will be held accountable for their actions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Charles Humble, and I do not see anybody else, but I'll check again. Charles? Mr. Humble? Did we lose him, Amy?
And thank you for.
Oh, there we are.
Thank you very much. I'm having trouble with my connection. If I get dropped, I'll just go away. because so many of the points I want to make have already been stated by others, but here we go. On the face of it, the Grub building is just what we need in downtown, but context is everything. It's very important anyway, and as our letter from CHALT, which was led by Linda Brown, stated, we already have stressed out traffic in that area on East Rosemary and on North Street and at the nearby intersections. That will be further choked by additional cars from these two new buildings. Part of the problems are due to just increased volume of cars, and part of it's due to the design issues that others have raised here tonight. But more importantly,
You're frozen. I don't know if you can hear us.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Humble can hear us, but we can absolutely not hear him.
hear me? Can you not hear me?
We can hear you now. Maybe you turn your video off. We can just hear you. The connection's stay better.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to try. I'll figure that out. Okay, I'll stop the video. Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep, go for it.
Great. Anyway, you expect CHALT to raise these kinds of points. I was glad to hear so many other people raising similar points here tonight. But you may remember that on May 22nd in Chapelboro, there was a letter from Jason Baker and Molly DeMarco. Now, Jason and Molly are good people, and I'm sure they're good to their mothers. But in the 5 years that I have been involved with CHALT, we have never been on the same side of an issue. And if you remember that letter that was published in
Mr. Humble, we're having trouble with hearing you now.
Your pleasure, Madam Mayor.
Yep, we'll bring it back to council.
Can you hear me?
Now
we can.
Okay. Now what did you not hear? Let me anyway. No, I'll just sum it up. Jason and Molly pointed out in great detail over 10 well spelled out points. They questioned the need and financial viability of expanded parking in downtown areas, as others have here tonight. And they questioned the unacceptable level of the financial risk that we are being asked to carry with this project. So to sum it up, if folks from Orange Politics and CHALT are together in questioning the value and the seriousness, the viability of this project, I would hope that you would review their arguments, our arguments, and the other comments made tonight before passing this and moving on to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And your service. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Humble. And now we have, if I'm going to pronounce, I'll try to pronounce this, Yi Wen Wang raised the hand. So please, Amy.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and the council members. I've been just brought up to speed for this issue, and I'm a resident of Chapel Hill for over 10 years. Professionally, I'm a CPA, so I've looked at briefly at the projection and the liability that the town gonna assume. I would just want to say that please exercise your due diligence, because the projection is very aggressive and the liability is huge, especially consider now we are in this pandemic economic downturn right now. So I urge you, every council member, including also our mayor, I voted for you. I want you to represent our benefit represent our citizen here, to exercise your due diligence and to act on the best interest of the residents here in Chapel Hill. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of your work, and I'm looking forward to a wise decision made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And that appears to be everyone.
We're going to call it there and bring it back to council because we still have many items on our agenda this evening. All right, bringing it back to council for final comments. If you can please keep them concise, then we will.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before the council weighs in, I just wanted to follow up on an issue that Councilmember Stegman raised earlier about the green walls, the comments that were made about that. We did some digging, and that was actually made at an ESAB meeting back in May, on May 12th. And so a lot's been done about the budget since then. And we have accommodated that as part of the budget, the green wall. So just wanted to make sure council was aware of it. That was a response that occurred back in May.
Thank you.
Sure.
It was in the packet, so again, okay. So bring it back to council and keep your comments concise, and then we'll figure out where we move from there. All right, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I really do feel like this is a good project. We are not building a parking deck. We are building infrastructure so that other people can do innovative and great things downtown that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. I do have concerns about some of the information or the lack of information that we've gotten on certain things. Like if the TIA has mistakes and we're not going to get the correct analysis tonight, then I don't like that. I don't like us doing business that way. I think there have been a huge number of moving pieces. It's hard to keep up with all of them for probably anybody who hasn't been doing this full time for the past 8 months or whatever, and even maybe for them. But I do appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this. But I really feel like I would like to be able to vote for this project, feeling like we had all of our loose ends tied up, that I understood a little bit more about some of the mitigation strategies we're going to have to put in place. I also would like to have UNC as a partner for sure. I would also like to really make sure that we are not trading property that we don't have to. So I would actually really like for us to consider Councilmember Parker's suggestion that we would be obligated to buy the fine lot, since those are the folks who are not going to wait for us, understandably. But I think if we could wrap those things up and make sure that we are protecting the town's interest, I think it's a good project. I don't think it would be under parking the office building for what would be needed downtown. So I can understand the concerns from kind of a surface level that we are just incentivizing driving or incentivizing cars. That's not what we're doing. We're incentivizing wet lab space, an office building that we would not otherwise be able to get. And we're making it so that actually we can condense our parking downtown. So I don't have a problem with the project. I would like to see us wrap a few things up first, though.
Thank you. Ms. Gu? You're muted.
I hope it's working now. Well, first of all, I want to say that I would be more than willing to support this project if that we are properly forge a partnership with Grub Property and with UNC, and then to make sure that this project has a good prospect of being successful. I think that's very, very important. Our downtown count on it, and our town's finance in the next 20 or 30 years count on it. I think we owe it to the public of this town that we need to make sure that we are properly formulate this project it's not because that we do not want the downtown development. It's the way it is formulated now. It is not, it just entails too much risk. It protects the profit for the developer, but there's so much risk that has been curtailed to the town that I think it had the potential of significantly impact our town's financial health. And I think that I can read the conclusions from the Noel Consulting Group, which is the company that the town commissioned to make the evaluation of this project. It says the risk for the town increases if grub property does not have an anchor tenant. If no anchor is secured, financing for the developers for the development is unlikely, and the town could be left with a vacant lot for the foreseeable future. If secured without the anchor, market risk could result in a largely empty building for many years. This is not the result we want to see. I have walked our downtown, talked to many downtown businesses. I understand the need that we have at this time to vitalize our downtown and support our business communities. But we need to consider, is this project the way to do it? And is the town protected its own interest and mitigated its own risk so that the residents of this town will not be subject to the scenario I think that I haven't seen that in our towns. The project as it is formulated now, I do not see that the global property make the commitment that to join the developer, these two projects, the deck and an office building. If it's a joint development, then we can make it and especially if we have an anchor tenant from UNC, that could be a win-win-win situation for both the developer, UNC, downtown, and the town at large. I would be more than happy to support that. But the way it is formulated now, I think is significantly tilted to the developer and well protected their risks, but the town is taking huge risk, and we can significantly suffer the financial consequences if the optimistic projection of 400% increase in downtown hourly activity does not pan out. And I think there's given the historic data, it's likely to happen. Okay, so that is put that aside to talk about what's the relationship between this project versus the economic development for our town. And then I think the second comment I want to make is I do not think that, especially given the pandemic that we are facing now, I think the way or the process of this project that shows that we have exercised due diligence and the enough public outreach reach, and I think that is problematic given this project is arguably the largest capital investment in Chapel Hill's history. And I have requested that information from our town's accountants, and even adjust for the inflation. This project is the largest capital investment project of our town. So given this huge impact that it's going to have, I think we own it to we owe it to the community and to all the residents of the town to exercise our utmost diligence to make sure that this is a project that will be a win-win-win situation for all the parties, and that we have a way to mitigate the risks that the town is likely to face if the things didn't turn out to be as optimistic as our town's projection. And then I think the third part I want to emphasize is we need to consider other priorities and how this project in relation to other things that we have to do as a town. So last week during the TCAP meeting, Transportation and Connectivity meeting, we have reviewed the road and the sideway condition data, and we have shown that the road conditions has been deteriorating in the past few years, and that this year is approaching the red zone of poor condition. We cannot let this to continue, and we cannot kick the can down the road. I think that, and then of course there are this big elephant in the road, which is the pandemic. There are so many businesses struggling. And now with the opening of phase 3, this approaching flu season, there is what the pandemic is going to be during the winter is a big unknown. And I think we own it to the community and to say that this is what that we are prepared to take care of them and do not take the unsustainable risk at this time. So other impacts that includes, I think we got the email from our town's transit director about how this project is going to impact the NC, the bus rapid transit system. And he said that unless we can guarantee that both the deck and the office building are built at this, like both of them are being built, otherwise it's going to be negative. It's going to negatively impact our scoring for the North-South BRT. I think that is not the results that we want to see. It's almost the town is acting, is doing things that's against the truth. On one hand, we're investing like 90 million, the significant amount of money that we are saying that we want to, both the Orange County is investing the 14 million, the state and the federal government, we're trying to do this North-South BRT to bring this multimodal transit. But on the other hand, we're investing a huge parking deck right out of downtown, and it could negatively impact our scoring for the North-South BRT. I think that's not the thing that we want to see to happen. I think in conclusion, I think that we do want to see more economic development, but in order to do that, that requires our holistic planning, long-term strategic planning, and say what is the best that we should do. And that the town has the resources and the opportunity to do that. We have 2 strategically placed the parcels on East Rosemary Street, and we can have the communities, we can bring the communities in and say, we can bring in the a small business in the downtown business and say what is the best approach that we can move forward. I don't think that we should reactively to a proposal that's brought to us by an investor. I think that we need to make sure that this, what we're doing, especially investing almost $33 million on this project, this has to be a win-win-win situation for all the parties are involved, and we have to mitigate our risks. That so far that it's not supported. We're seeing in the analysis, and especially given that a lot of the information in the EDA and improvements agreement are still for the agreement, this document, all the key informations that are referenced as exhibits from A to G, but if you look at the documents, they're all missing. They're all blank pages. So I think given that all these key information remains missing, and there is a substantive likelihood for this project to be too risky, I think that we are not ready to move forward at this time. We should exercise more diligence to make sure that we iron out all those uncertainties, to fill in the blanks sure is well informed to take on this project. I think this is the only way that we can move forward as a town. And I think there is a real chance for us to do that. But I think this project is not ready at this time. I think that I'm hoping the council will allow it enough time for due diligence and the scrutiny from the community. I think if we are able to bring people together, I'm hoping this is the way that how we're going to do this.
All right, who's next? Ms. Ryan, sorry, that's your hand. Then Mr. Boyncy.
So I just wanted to say that I think I agree with Ms. Anderson's earlier comments. I think this could be a transformative project for our downtown and for Chapel Hill itself. So I'm very much in support of it. Ms. Gu, I think, has a much more conservative approach to risk than I personally do, and I consider myself fairly conservative. I disagree with some of the numbers and data. We read them differently. But I think that this is actually a good time to take some risk. Construction prices are low. Interest rates are historically low. I think that we have a lot of pent-up demand, especially in the biotech fields at UNC, that is going to be exploding, especially in the case of the pandemic. So I think that there's a confluence of factors that could make this a transformative project for our town. So that said, I think that we still have some loose ends to tie up before we have a deal that we can approve. I agree with Ms. Anderson that not having a final TIA is problematic. I'm not comforted by the statement that it looks like, well, we'll probably just come close to blocking our entrance on Rosemary Street during peak. I don't find that super reassuring. So I know that TIA analysis was only completed late this afternoon. And only part of it is complete even at that. So I think that's a loose end that we have to tie up. I'm glad that we're going to include the North Street improvements in the budget. I think that's the right thing to do. So thank you, Mayor, for calling for that. I would like to talk further with the Grub folks about maybe sharing in some of that cost, as again, I think while it's tied specifically to the deck entrance, the deck is there in large part because it benefits the office building. So, and without the deck, the office building project is not as viable. I think we're partners in this. And I think that that's one of the expenses we need to be partnering more on. I'm still troubled by the make whole price. I think the flat fee and the 6% increase is something we've negotiated. I'm very uncomfortable with indemnifying the Grub properties from say their design work and things like that. That's something that normally it's a risk that developers bear. And I think it's fair that they bear those costs in this case. And my other concern is I know that the manager spoke about how the project management will be structured and that we'll have a consultant. I just want to make sure that we actually have somebody who has expertise and specifically in construction experience. I know that I've really appreciated the fact that during this process, you've been willing to call in other people like Mr. Jessup to come in and help us with such a big deal. I think that it would be beneficial for the town if we had somebody who actually had construction experience that I don't think for projects of this size, I don't think we have on staff, just to make sure that we're getting the project that we want and that things are proceeding in the way they need to, and somebody who's going to be there solely looking out for our interests. So I'd suggest that as something to look into in the future. So I would be, again, I very much want to vote for this project. I just think we have some loose ends and we need to figure out how we're going to deal with those before we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Boyncy?
This was a tough call for me. Pre-COVID, when we initially shared this proposal with the public, I was very excited and expressed great enthusiasm for this proposal. The promise of revitalizing our downtown area, especially on East Rosemary and East Franklin streets, was and still is very exciting. The amount of jobs, these continue to be very exciting elements of the EDA. Honestly, the pandemic has changed some things for me. I sincerely hope that if this agreement is passed tonight, that it works out and that we get what we want and what downtown needs: revitalization, consolidated parking, especially jobs, and support for other downtown businesses. Just at this time, given our uncertain climate, due to the pandemic, I'm not comfortable with the amount of risk that the town would take on with this project. Our town staff has worked extremely hard on negotiations and that have produced this agreement. I know that they have worked hard to get us data and information that we need to make an informed decision. My stance is not a reflection of them and their work. And I know that Grove Properties has been a good actor and a good partner in our town. So again, this is a tough decision for me, but I mean, I'll admit that I'm thinking about worst case scenario in which we don't see an office building in the wet lab space that we want, and the limited options that we have if we did get to that scenario. So all that said, I'm just not quite comfortable with the amount of risk at this point. That's all I have.
Okay. Other council members who haven't spoken? Mr. Parker, then Mr. Nguyen.
So I want to second, certainly the positive things that Jess and Amy have said. I think this is an important project. It's a once in a generation opportunity to transform our downtown. These kinds of opportunities don't come along very often. And I fully appreciate, the magnitude of the decision that we're being asked to make. I suspect that this will turn out to be the most or one of the most consequential decisions that I will make, during my tenure on council, however, excuse me, that long that turns out to be. I think that, we have a downtown that was struggling even before COVID. And now that we're, deep into COVID, our downtown is really struggling very badly. We're losing restaurants and other businesses. And that applies for, all of Chapel Hill as well. I want to be clear, I care about all of Chapel Hill, not just downtown. And I think that this is an opportunity, and it's COVID for me doesn't make this riskier, and COVID for me doesn't make this less certain. For me, COVID makes this more necessary and more certain, because we had a downtown that was kind of functional, but I don't know how we bring downtown back after COVID without some major investment, a major shot in the arm. Just the construction alone may have 200 jobs in downtown for the period of construction. And then once the office building is built, we'll have perhaps another 1,000. Grubb has already demonstrated their willingness to invest in the downtown by starting construction on 137 or 136. I can never quite keep the number straight. And that will add probably, just that will add perhaps 400 jobs to downtown. So, I think that as Councilmember Boincy said, we all perceive risk differently. And I guess the way I look at this, sometimes people have asked me in the past, can we afford to do this? And my answer is sometimes, can we afford not to do this? And so I think we have to look at both sides of the risk. Yes, there is a risk in this project. I am, absolutely convinced that with 136, 137 opening, if the office building is built with 800 or 1,000 jobs, the parking deck will be certainly full enough to more than pay for itself. I think I see very little risk there. Yes, if Grubb is unable or unwilling to move ahead with the office building, that will be a problem. I'm not going to minimize that, but I think have done what we can in terms of a reversion provision to take back control of that land and find another development partner. It may not be exactly what Grubb was proposing, but there's no doubt in my mind that we can find a development partner that will be able to build something worthwhile there. So, I think when we look at the risk of the project, I think we also need to take a good hard look at the risk of not doing the project. What message does it send to our merchants and the other folks downtown about how much we really care about the future of our downtown? What message does it send to the broader financial and other community about what kind of a partner Chapel Hill wants to be, and what kind of account, what kind of a town or a city that we want to be in terms of actually growing our commercial tax base, growing our tax base, and, you know, creating jobs in our town. This is an opportunity that was presented to us. It was facilitated, if not outright, occasioned by the Opportunity Zone legislation, which, as flawed as it is in terms of equity and economics, is giving us an opportunity. And I think it's an opportunity that we really need to take hold of. So, you know, most people do not consider me a very risk welcoming person. You know, I have not made crazy investments in my life, but I think, for me at least, the risk of not doing this project outweighs the risk of doing it. I think we have put in place, with the help of the team that we've assembled, you know, our attorney, Walker, to look at our construction costs. I think we've done all that is reasonable to mitigate our risk, to cap our risk. And, you know, I think that, you know, there's a saying, if not now, when, and if not me, who. So I think this is the time to do this project. And, you know, I hope we can make it happen.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief because it is 3.5 hours so far for this meeting. And we still have a lot left to do. I share the sentiments of my colleagues, Councilmember Anderson, Parker, and Ryan. I think this has the potential to be a transformational project. I think this, you know, with the historic lows of interest rates and such, I do think this is a good opportunity, and now is a good time. I think we talk a lot about trying to move from a 9-month to a 12-month economy in our town and how essential that is for our community. And in a community where our top 3 or even maybe 5 employers are all public sector, I think it takes a significant amount of investment to make that transition. And I think this is, as Councilmember Parker said, a once in a generation type of opportunity to make that investment. So I'm supportive of the project, although I do agree that there are some loose ends that need to be figured out, of which I'm most concerned about is the ingress egress on the North Street side. I do agree with Councilmember Ryan that this project success, the parking deck's success, really rests on that. So I think staff has done a tremendous job so far mitigating risks and doing a great job. So I just want to see more work being done on that front. But yeah, overall, I think it's a good opportunity.
All right, Ms. Stegman?
I'll also be on the brief side. Most of the points I would make have been made by Councilmember Anderson, Ryan, Parker, and Nguyen. But I just want to say this definitely has been this is not an easy decision by any means. And I think all the council members have been very thoughtful about this and really weighing a lot of variables and a lot of complicated factors to come to the decision that they make. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work of the staff and the team. I feel like we as a council, we need to be thoughtful. We need to weigh risk. It's a huge responsibility to make this kind of decision on the behalf of the town. So we do have to analyze it, put as many guardrails in place as we can, but we also have to be willing to seize opportunity. As others have said, this is not an opportunity that comes often at all. And so if we try and wait for the exactly right set of parameters or circumstances, we're just going to miss opportunities. So I feel like this is one we really do need to seize for all the reasons that have been talked about. I think the risk does go both ways. Our downtown, despite many wonderful business owners, the work of the Downtown Partnership and the Chamber has been struggling for a long time. It's not what it used to be, but it's not what it could be yet. And this is how we get there, I think. And it's going to take big action. It's not going to happen incrementally. And our businesses are struggling, as everyone has said, and we need, people don't want pizza and t-shirts on Franklin Street. We hear that a lot, but until our downtown isn't so dependent on UNC, we're not going to get anything different. So this is how we do that, how we make a grown-up downtown. So I'm excited about that potential and that opportunity. I also think, you know, there's a natural mistrust of developers, which is part of the job, I think. But, you know, Grubb is a member of the community. His family is from the community. He cares about this community. So if we're going to pick a partner, he's right up there at the top. You know, he's made other investments. He's done more for affordable housing to keep folks in their residence in Glen Lennox. So I'm glad that if we're going to do that, it's with him. And I do think this also, I understand the short term, it's not ideal to invest more in parking, but I think it does also contribute to our longer term goals for how we want downtown to have more, get rid of our surface lots, as Council Member Anderson referenced, and make it more bikeable, more walkable, more green space, more trees, more a place that people want to be. And I think this is an opportunity to get there. There are definitely details that still need working out. So I will let you all figure out if we can move forward tonight or if we need a little more time, but I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay. And I'll wrap up and appreciate hearing all of your comments. I agree, this is a hard decision. It's a big decision. I respect folks' rights to have their own opinions about this, and I understand people have their own risk levels. I also say this is a rare opportunity. We have not had people coming knocking at our doors to help build commercial space downtown. Investors want to build more things that only yield 9-month residents in our community, in the downtown area especially. Because of an opportunity zone, because of interesting parcels that work together in 2 aging parking structures, this opportunity came about. And UNC was at the table as well, just so you know, when we first started talking about this project, about how to enhance, how to be partners. They want to move admissions downtown. That means more visitors to our downtown area as well. But I also think this really means more jobs in our downtown, good jobs, jobs for people who are already here in our community. We haven't been able to offer those kinds of jobs in great quantity, especially in our downtown area. I believe this timing is absolutely great. I know COVID has all the stresses. We are working really hard. The staff is working really, really hard. But even if we approved this project this evening, it wouldn't start building until April of next year and wouldn't be finished for 13 months after that. We are one of the areas poised to come back after COVID is run its course and rebound. But if we don't have places to do that, which means we don't have the office space, and the office space can't be built unless we can park it, then we're going to miss out on that like we did 10 years ago when that recession hit. Chapel Hill did not bounce as fast back out of that recession and hasn't built office space since in great quantity. So this is a very unusual situation. It's rare. It's not going to, Mr. Parker, I agree with you. It's not going to, it's a once in a decade kind of opportunity. We need more commercial downtown. There'll be some really, really good news. Launch is doing really, really well. It has produced some amazing companies. There are some people really ready to invest and are going to start doing that. You're going to hear some great announcements. We lose those companies because they don't have the office space to move into downtown. They don't have the wet lab accessibility. There are all kinds of reasons they want to be in our downtown, but without the right kind of space or enough of it, they can't be. So if we can build those, help get those spaces built by building infrastructure that pays for itself. I mean, during the course of 20 years, we actually make money on the parking garage. I mean, it's amazing. We don't the first few years. I've heard many different statements. I know we can all interpret math and data different ways, but we have to trust what our staff gives us and work with what we, it's been interesting looking at all the different numbers. But be able to free up those surface parking spots to have a visible location for people in our community and visitors to our community to come to and park and not be circling around our downtown or thinking there's nowhere for them to be parking wise because we have such scattered small surface lots. And surface lots are not good for our downtown and they don't increase walkability. we can have opportunities that we've never had before. I love getting the new green spaces out of this. We don't have that in the downtown either, as mentioned. We don't have those green spaces for gathering. So I know there's a lot of loose ends, and to be honest with you, there's always going to be loose ends. This project is huge. I would like to see us move forward tonight because we can work out those details. We can also have a period of time where we can come back and our manager is going to be looking this over to say, hey, the numbers still don't work. We need to figure something else out, or to say, hey, things have changed. But I don't know that the update on the TIA, I hate that we got it late too. That just doesn't feel good, but I don't know that it's going to change much. So if we have to bring this item back, I'm just warning you that we've already spent 3.5 hours tonight, that we have some pretty full agendas, and I've been asked, we're going to punt the Blue Hill item tonight to another time. But the other 2 big items after we finish the 3 of these items are all notice public hearings. So we need to move those along. Otherwise it creates a real hazard. So I put it out there to you that I'd like to find a way for us to move forward if we can this evening, with the caveats that we have some things that we can ask for to be, I don't know, confirmed before the actual signing of the document. So.
Would it be possible?
Mr. Parker, sorry.
So the major concern, the major loose end that I've heard is related to traffic in the TIA. And so would it be possible for us to do something like move this forward with the caveat that, you know, the final fully finished math check TIA does not cause adverse impacts, or that can't be addressed by, you know, existing or tweaked mitigation plans? And as long as that's what comes out of the TIA, the manager can then sign the EDA.
Mr.
Is that
Jessup
something
has
that would
his hand
work?
up, so let's see what Mr. Jessup, our attorney in negotiations, has to say.
What I might suggest, if it pleases the council, if it's the council, if you were to adopt, I think it's R7, approving the EDA, and sign that starts your 30-day due diligence period. I assume that the TIA will be updated in the next week or so. And if it could be considered at an October meeting, if it was bad enough that you wanted to pull the plug, you'd have that option, but it wouldn't take any further action to let things continue.
Okay. So do I hear a motion out there? Wait a minute. Are these questions or motions? What are we doing here? Ms. Ryan has a question. Ms. Gu, is yours a question or a motion?
So just a question for Mr. Jessup. If we had some other issues like the make good price, would those also be something that could still be pursued during the due diligence period?
Let me talk through my answer here.
Because that's really a negotiation point.
It really, yeah, I think that's right. I think that although the document might say for any reason, the TIA is clearly, or it seems to me that's clearly a due diligence item. Renegotiating the make whole price from what it's been for the last couple drafts, or going back to Grubb to talk about, we want to change the provisions for what happens if if the budget comes in too high. I mean, you can approve the resolution subject to having these things worked out, but then it still has to come back. So I don't know what you've gained. I think if those are items that the council wants revisited, we have to revisit them and come back. And it probably won't be something that we will have ready for an agenda that goes out this Friday. So you're looking at another 2 weeks.
3 weeks, because we skip a week. All right.
Yeah, October 28th.
Yeah. Ms. Gu, did you have a question?
Yes. So I think that given that there are a lot of open loose ends in the documents were being presented, and also they have been changing in the past week, I think that the the public deserve.
What's the question, please?
So the question is it possible in order to mitigate all the concerns regarding the risk, is it possible for us to have some external experts to review the project as a whole? It's not like evaluating a small component without understanding the rest of the project. Like someone who's evaluating the parking deck should also understand whether or not this office building is viable, so that they can give the council a holistic evaluation, say this whole project, does it make sense? Will it bring us the results? Or is it too risky for us to take on this parking deck risk when we do not have any guarantee that the office building actually going to be built? Is that possible? I think that's going to be very beneficial, especially given how especially given the scale of this project. It is the largest capital investment that we're going to make in the town's history. I think we deserve someone that really have the experts that know all the components of this project to give us some holistic evaluation.
So if the council voted to do that, we could do that. I don't know that we're going to vote to, we'll see. Ms. Anderson, do you have a question? Okay.
So I would be okay with the TIA being dealt with in due diligence, as Mr. Jessup suggested, but I just want to make sure that we're actually that we're making sure that we're reviewing the TIA to make sure there's no more mistakes, and also that we are not just saying what the percentage increase is, but what does it still work? Does traffic still work? And so really making sure that we're being careful about that one. And I would advocate that we put in some stipulations, that if we're going to pass something tonight, that we just have some stipulations in there, like, I really don't understand why we would be reimbursing any sort of investment that Grub has made to date if there's a no build scenario. And also that that we wouldn't do a land swap if nothing happens, but that we would be responsible for buying the fines property. So I think if we could include those things, then I think it would be fine to do traffic during due diligence.
Mr. Jessup, I don't know if you can help us here, but those are actually, those two second things are changes to the EDA. Is that correct?
Right. I think that's right. And the council can adopt the resolution with those stipulations. We will try to work those out with Grub. We will try to explain to investors title why it's going to be another month before we can make a commitment, and we can hope that they will stay interested. Of course we can do that.
Mr. Dye, do you have anything to share with us about these two ideas?
The project costs we've been expending to date has been in good faith to advance the project. I mean, it's part of the deal. We've been talking about that for months. So that's significant departure from what we've been working on for a long period of time.
The project for the office building or for the
parking deck?
We're not talking about those. We're talking about the project cost. In the document, it says that if you didn't build the building, we would reimburse you for all the cost invested in the design, and it had
only upon a repurchase.
I can't answer that here at the table. I mean, I have an investment committee I'm responsible to. I can't make that decision in a vacuum.
Mr. Jessup, what you going to share?
I'm sorry. All I was going to say is, but remember that that is only part of the trigger price in calculating the price if the town elects to purchase the building. Yeah. If you were to exercise your option to purchase the building, your choices would be to pay that price or to try to work something out with Grub. And
the effort behind the make whole price was not to make it a market price. It's basically whatever has been sunk into it gets paid back. and not a, well, we're going to mark it up to whatever we think market is at some future date. And that was a tenet we talked about here with council at one meeting or another. So we negotiated, with Dwight and Bob and the rest of the team to arrive at a solution we thought was equitable and fair to both sides.
Okay.
That's for the repurchase option. So that's, in my view, that's what that basis says. So, I'm happy to discuss any of this. We've worked long and hard with all of you all in good faith. This is not something I can answer for you directly here at the table, but something different from what it is right now.
Okay.
I might add that we talked about in our negotiation as an option, the fair market price if the town decided to repurchase the property. And I just remind council the high watermark for values in downtown right now, and there could be new sales that occur in 2 or 3 years that could be greater than the make whole price that's being proposed now, quite frankly.
Well, but the make whole price is negotiation every year.
I mean,
well, Mr. Parker, you raising your hand to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to move forward with R7. I don't know what my colleagues think, and I don't even know if there's a second, but I am prepared to move forward with R7. And I am, with the caveat that the town staff will review very carefully the TIA, and if it just doesn't work, then use the due diligence clause to pull the plug on the project. But what the heck, I'll move R7 and see if I've got any buddies.
A friendly amendment that that's the increase of the 300,000.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Go ahead with that.
Clarifying question.
Okay, I've got a second from Mr. Wynn or Ms.
Oh,
Stegman.
no, I had a quick clarifying question.
No, you all aren't seconding the motion?
Oh, no. I had a quick clarifying question.
Ms. Stegman.
Aaron is.
Yeah.
I second it.
Ms. Stegman seconding. Okay, now you can ask a question. Okay, go ahead.
And just to be clear, so if we vote and pass this tonight, it starts the 30-day due diligence period.
Yes.
Okay.
In a couple of days when the manager actually physically signs it, but soon.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
All right, Ms. Ryan, you had a question?
Just a comment, and I don't know, I didn't know whether Ms. Anderson's idea of having some stipulations would be possible. I know that they're probably not very enforceable. So as I think about it, I just don't know what that would gain us. I have to say, just in terms of negotiation, if we don't get the make whole revised, I will be disappointed about that. I will be disappointed about the North Street. It is not enough for it to kill the other good things that are going on in the deal. Mr. Jessup, unless you have some suggestions, you're the one who understands this system. Is that substantially correct?
Well, I think the question, I would say that the motion is for R7. If the motion is to amend R7 to add Ms. Anderson's stipulations, that's a different motion. And then we don't have an EDA we can sign in the next couple of days. We have to go back and we have to try to renegotiate that and come back. And given the calendar, unless you're willing to take this up at the work session, another month.
Okay, thank you.
That's council's pleasure, then that's how we'll go forward.
Okay, any questions that haven't already been asked, Ms. Gu?
Well, I think it's a comment to the comments that have just been made.
We've done comments. We're just asking questions that haven't been asked already.
Oh, you're asking questions that haven't been asked. Okay, so what if if we're going to vote on this, you said that we're going to have to kickstart this diligence, the 30-day diligence period, right?
Yep.
Okay, so during that 30-day diligence period, what kind of diligence that the town is planning to take? Because I see in the EDA, there are very detailed specific steps or the checks and who they're going to send in to our water stack to check what, and all these things are very detailed. But in our town part, statements that delineate out all the things that what the town is going to do for this independent investigation, to investigate both the CVS stack and the investors' property. And especially the properties, they still own it. It's not a grub property.
You asked that question earlier tonight, and they said that they had permission to go on that property.
Yeah, so I would like to know what kind of due diligence or independent investigation the town are going to do, and who is going to do it. I think without knowing that, I feel that we do not have the guarantee that to ensure that the 30-day period, we actually are doing the things that can ensure that all the loose ends are being tied, which is the reason that I'm asking if it's possible we hire someone or some company who has that experience of dealing with such a complex property exchange and all the leasing and all these things that together, have someone to review that. And if they can do this and do the independent investigation for us during that 30-day period, I think I will feel a lot more comfortable. I will trust their experience in managing those kind of large scale complex projects. I'm just asking if that is possible to do, especially given the EDA currently really hasn't spelled out what the town is going to do for its independent investigation.
From a real estate standpoint, it's standard procedure to do borings, title searches, and other investigation related to rock and other conditions for building, and it's strictly related to the real estate and not the deal. And Bob's already said the TIE could be included in that as a part of the due diligence, but at least from this deal, the way it's structured, that's the basis premises for the due diligence that would be completed.
Mr. Dye, did you want to share something in addition to that?
I was basically going to echo what Dwight just stated. We need to do a standard, what's called a phase 1 assessment. That's or ESA, environmental site assessment. The geotechnical work has been done, and we've open booked that with the town already, or what we have to date. That report's being finalized. Title report, a property condition assessment, which is an engineering review of the property in its existing state. All of that's been lined up and in progress, and that's what we would consider standard due diligence. It's what needs to be done in the 30-day window mutually, the town for your side of things, Scrub for our side of things. That's what Bob has captured in the EDA as it exists today. And we both parties would know well it's a 30-day window, and we have to be lined up and ready to do that work. A lot of it's either in progress, has already been done, or will be done imminently. So we're well within that 30-day window. The TIA analysis, I would consider that a due diligence item, just as Mr. Jessup explained, and that could easily be accomplished in the 30-day window. Given the progress of where that is, it is unfortunate that it wasn't maybe buttoned down or buttoned up 100% tonight. I was not aware that it wasn't 100% news to me as well. But it's something we can certainly work out in the next 30 days in that due diligence period. And just one thing on the make whole price, I just want to make clear, what we've accepted is the land value, as Dwight stated earlier, it's $98 a foot. Market rate for land is substantially higher for that. So this is not a profit center for us. Make whole is truly that. It's what we have in the land that allows the town to buy it back for the cost that we put into making that land more valuable, either with entitlements, an improved structure, what have you. It's not a way to mark it up or put that risk back on the town. That's not the intent, and never has been. As I said, it's an equitable and fair way of recapturing that cost if you indeed want to recapture that land. It was part of the deal from the beginning. We negotiated, I thought, what was a fair compromise on how to work that out. And I believe that that's what the agreement reflects today.
Okay, I'm going to call the question here, and we'll take a vote and see where we're going. Mr. Parker, my understanding is that you voted to move R7 that was amended to include the $300,000 for North Street, and that the TIA would be part of the due diligence period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I have to do a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson,
Nay.
Councilmember Boincy,
Nay.
Councilmember Gu,
Nay.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan,
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Motion carries. Trying to think what the vote, 5-3, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. We start the due diligence period after the document is signed. That brings us to item number 11, which I don't believe there's not an additional presentation, but item number 11 is to consider exchanging the properties of 150 East Rosemary and 125 for 125 and 135 East Rosemary to support this project. So are
I
there
would be
any?
prepared to move R8.
I didn't, okay. I will say it's been motioned by Mr. Parker. Is there a second? Then we can ask questions at that point in time.
I'll second.
The second by Ms. Stegman. Are there questions from council? And we actually will have to hear from the public as well. Ms. Anderson.
So on this one, is this a place where we can ask that the properties not be swapped if the project doesn't go forward?
Mr. Jessup.
Well, you've approved the EDA. It's not signed yet. I think the question, again, you can impose a stipulation, but that will just mean we have to come back to council because if R8 were to be approved with that stipulation, of course, council's choice, but then we still have to work that out in EDA and come back. So the answer is yes, but those are the implications.
But why does it have to come back if we just say, as long as this can be agreed to, then the manager can sign it?
That's a good point. Yep, we could do that.
But what if it's not agreed to?
Then it would say, then that would mean that we can't sign it.
And then it would come back to the council.
Right, so none of it necessarily has to come back to the council. I mean,
point. That's true.
No, Councilmember Anderson, I think you could absolutely add that as a stipulation.
Any thoughts from Mr. Dye?
I wish I had a better thought. It seems very simple and easy. I just want to make sure we think through what all the ramifications are. And I'm not sure I know all the answers to that without giving it some careful thought.
But you don't have any objections in principle?
No, not at all.
Okay. Then I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Ms. Stegman? Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we go out to the public? We had a couple members of the public wishing.
I actually incorporated them into the previous.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All
Since
right.
we did one presentation, I took everybody all at once.
All right. Any other clarifying questions? Ms. Gu?
What is, can someone clearly states that what we are voting on and what the amendments are? Just make sure that, because so many things are covered and so many different proposals, just make sure that everyone, including the public, understand what we are voting.
So the motion is to exchange the 150 East Rosemary, i.e. the Wallace deck, for 125 and 135 East Rosemary, i.e. the CBS deck and the investor's title lot, to support this project and the monies involved in such. The amendment was that if the deal falls through or for some particular reason, that we would not be obligated, is this correct, to buy the CBS lot, just the investor's title lot? Is that
right? We would not exchange properties, but we would buy the fine property.
Or talk with the fines, yeah, at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we not. So
that's going to be part of this to have that discussion. Joe's going to have the discussion with his group.
Oh, again, a clarification question. We are obligated to buy fines property. I mean, given we already paid 1.7, we are going to buying it back at what price?
We're not.
Yeah, the agreed upon price.
Right, 4.9.
So given that we already paid 1.7 million, we're going to pay them another 4.
No, we're not paying. It's just that we're buying the property. It's just we're following through on the purchase. There's no additional anything. It's just that if the deal falls, if we don't build anything, then we don't just say to them like, sorry, you've been waiting for 6 months or a year and now you're not getting anything. It's just that we are agreeing right now that we are going to purchase their property and we don't get out of that. And then at the time we could negotiate with them and say, is there somebody else who wants to buy this property for more or whatever? And then we can talk to them, but it's not, it's just that we don't leave them hanging.
So we keep.
Well, well, when we are buying again, I'm not sure I understand that we have talked about what is the price we're going to buying it back.
We are buying it at the price that we've agreed to buy it at. We have agreed with the fines to buy their property for $4.9 million. That is, we're not buying it back from anybody. We're just following through on the sale that we're committed to on the sale that we've committed to.
So it is not the Grubb property is buying the fine lot, or we are buying the fine lot?
In this circumstance, right, if the town decides not to proceed with the deck, then the town would pay 4.9 million for the fine property. That's the motion, that's the proposal. Right now, the agreement says if the town decides not to build the deck because the price is too high, you have to go through with the property swap, which would put you out which would put you out approximately 1.7 million, and you'd have to exchange the properties. The proposal is that if the town decides not to buy the parking deck, the town doesn't have to swap properties, but it has to buy the investor's title property for 4.9 million, which it can then sell, build on, or do what it wants. That's the proposal as I understand.
Still own the Wallace deck at that point, and we'd have to buy the fine lot.
Right.
So we have to buy the fine lot at time. So that 4.9 million includes the 1.7 million?
Yes, yes.
So
I'd like to call the question. It's
Yeah.
10:48.
Yeah, so, all right. I will take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson,
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey,
Aye.
Councilmember Gu,
Nay.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan,
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman. Mayor says aye as well. Motion passes 7-1. All right, and then there's item number 12. Open the public hearing conditional zoning at 125 East.
We've got R9.
We need R9, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Reimbursement resolution.
Yeah, I move R9.
Can you remind us what it is? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
That's the resolution approving the town's ability to reimburse itself from financing proceeds for expenditures on the project.
It's been moved by Mr. Parker.
Second.
Second by Ms. Stegman again.
Mr. Nguyen can have it.
Second by Ms. Stegman. Sorry. Are there any clarifying questions about town reimbursing itself? Ms. Gu?
So what is the total is going to be? Is there an estimate how much we're going to pay? I mean, given the experience that we had in the past, I just don't want to be surprised. I'm not seeing that information in the document that we're being presented with.
Well, we hope it's very little because everything is we expect that we'll be able to close the financing in time to pay our land exchange price and to reimburse Grubb. But there is an estimate of how much we expect we will owe Grubb. And I don't want to quote it because I might be wrong, but Dwight or Joe may have that number. Plus the 1.7 if we were having to close on the land exchange before the financing was in place.
We've spent about $500,000 on entitlement, plus there's some internal costs, including hiring our consulting engineer and outside legal counsel.
So approximately up to it would be approximately up 2.5 million is what could be spent if we had to close on the land exchange before the financing was in place. We don't expect that to happen.
The 1.7.
Right.
Okay. All right.
That you said it could include what 2.8 million?
I meant to. I'm sorry.
Is the 2.8 million is in addition to the 1.7 million we're going to pay for?
No, I meant to say that the and I thought I said 5, but 2.5 or 2.8 would be if we had to pay the 1.7. So that would include the 1.7. It'd be the amount we owe Grubb, as Dwight said, the internal costs plus the 1.7 would be the total possible exposure of what we'd have to pay before we closed on a financing.
But all of this is within the project budget. None of this is money outside of the project budget that's approved.
Right.
All we're doing is taking the money that is ultimately going to be spent on the project. Some of it is being spent before the financing. So all of the money that the town is laying out before the financing is then reimbursed from the financing, but it's all contained within the total project budget. There are no surprises there. It's all part of the project price.
And this is a tax law requirement to have the formal declaration to reimburse on the record.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boincy.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Nay.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye as well. Motion passes 7-1. Sorry. Now we go to item number 12. Can open the public hearing conditional zoning for 125 East Rosemary Street parking garage from Town Center 2 TC2 to Town Center 2-CZ District TZ-2-CZD. Woo, that's a lot. Ms. McDonald, take us away.
All right. I will share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Becky McDonald. I'm with the Planning Department. And tonight we have an application for conditional zoning at 125 and 135 East Rosemary Street. This conditional zoning application has been submitted by Grubb Properties as partner with the town, and this is a continuation of those previous two items that we just discussed. And just to be clear, this is the opening of the public hearing for the parking garage, so no action will be taken tonight. I have 12 slides and I'll go through them as quickly as I can. So tonight you just need to open the public hearing and then you can continue to receive comments during the meeting and up to 24 hours afterwards via email. And then you would consider enacting the ordinance A on your October 28th meeting. So an overview of the process, we have reviewed the application for compliance with the land use management ordinance, and it has been presented to our various advisory boards and commissions and received their recommendations. Tonight we're opening the public hearing, and it will be closed tomorrow after the 24-hour public comment period, with possible action scheduled for your October 28th meeting. So you all are familiar with this, but I'll give you a quick overview. It's part of a larger redevelopment proposal for the East Rosemary Street with redevelopment of the existing CVS building across the street, as well as replacing the Wallace deck with a new office building. And this piece of the project involves two parcels on the north side of East Rosemary with an existing parking deck on the western part of the, it's about 1.68 acre site. The proposal is to build a new 6 to 7 story parking deck with about 1,000 to 1,160 parking spaces and rezone to Town Center 2 CZD to accommodate those improvements. And the new parking deck would replace all of the spaces at the existing deck on the site, as well as the Wallace deck, and then an additional 200 to 300 spaces on top of that. This is a Google Street View image of the existing deck. It has about 236 spaces now, and it's about 40 years old. This is a snapshot of the proposed site plan. You can see the site is outlined in red. The parking deck does take up most of the site with an easement on the eastern side for an Owasso sewer line. There are proposed access points off of East Rosemary and onto North Street. This was also discussed on the previous agenda items. There will be some office and storage space, as well as some additional floor area that could potentially accommodate a police substation. And your packet contains plans of all the different levels, so you can see where those spaces are proposed. And then this area is where the design team is proposing a front porch area along the frontage on East Rosemary Street. So things like food trucks and other vendors could park and help to activate that frontage. And I'll show a couple of renderings so that you've probably already seen, but I'll go through them quickly. Oh, and one point of clarification, you did see this rendering previously. The plan set in your packet is a little bit, shows a slightly different crosswalk treatment for East Rosemary Street. So this is a rendering that the town's urban designer and the fire department and other reviewers and members of the design team have worked on to develop an alternative crosswalk treatment to improve traffic calming and create a safer and more pedestrian friendly crossing, as you can see. And then this is a rendering of the front porch that I mentioned and some of the other elements of the facade. There are a couple of requested modifications that are also discussed in the technical report in your packet. The two modifications are increasing the building height limit on all four sides from 44 to 73 feet. And then the second is reducing the interior solar setback from 11 feet to 5 feet. So town center zones don't usually have any setbacks except for when they border residentially zoned properties. So in this case, the northern property line does border the residential properties on North Street. And so that would have an 11-foot solar setback along that property line. But you can see there's an irregular lot line. And so part of this setback would need to be reduced in order to accommodate the full width of the parking lot that so that we could fit the desired number of parking spaces. So the developer would install some additional screening in order to minimize the impacts of that modification and reduce some of that visual impact on those properties to the north. And as I mentioned, the application has been reviewed by our various advisory boards and commissions. The Community Design Commission, the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Board, and the Planning Commission all recommended approval with conditions. The Transportation Board did recommend denial unless certain conditions could be met. Oh, and I also want to note that Councilmember Stegman's earlier question about the green walls, that came from both the CDC's and the Environmental Stewardship Board's recommendations. And I believe it was in this staff report for this item that said that the green walls would be considered in the future, but we'll have that corrected for your for the information that we bring back at the next meeting. And I'll also go over TCAB's conditions quickly on the next slide, and any remaining condition, all the rest of the conditions from the other advisory boards are all in your packet for this item. So TCAB did recommend denial unless 5 conditions could be met. The first was that pedestrian safety should be prioritized along East Rosemary. As I mentioned, there was that work that was done to create a new crosswalk design. There's also the sidewalks will be widened and other streetscape improvements to try to meet this, this desire. The second was to provide 20% of all spaces as electric vehicle ready. The design does include 20 stations that serve 40 spaces, and then conduits for an additional 20 more stations, which would be an additional 40 spaces. The third and fourth conditions were to conduct a TIA for the entire redevelopment project and also incorporate the NSBRT. That's been done. I know there were questions on the TIA as well, so and that will be, as we know, it will be discussed and looked into further before before our next meeting. And then finally, TCAB did ask that the project include some ride sharing spaces, and there have been 4 spaces that are designated as ride sharing in the design. So again, our recommendation is to open the public hearing and receive comments now and up to 24 hours later. And then this item would be continued to your October 28th meeting where you could consider enacting ordinance A. And I can answer questions and the applicant team is here as well.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? All right. Is anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yeah, Mike Zhang, who I believe is still on. I'm not sure if he wishes to speak again. He spoke earlier. And Laura Hayes, who also spoke earlier, but I don't know if she's still on the Zoom. I think she's not. And so, Mr. Zhang, if you wish to speak, we will be pleased to let you have your 3 minutes.
I don't see him on the list.
Yeah, he seems to have signed off. So,
okay.
And I don't have any other raised hands. So I guess it's back to us.
Okay, back to council. What is the action we're supposed to take? I'm sorry, I've got too many papers open here.
I think you would just continue. Well, actually, Anne, I want to defer to you. I'm not sure if they continue the public hearing or how that works in this case.
We close the public hearing. They get to take comments for 24 hours and then we bring it back to the next meeting for the vote. But we always take public comment, so we can take public comment. It just wouldn't be part of the official record next time.
Right. The statute that's applicable says 24 hours after the public hearing. So I think the protocol, as Mayor Heminger said, would be to close the public hearing. And of course, the 24 hours is the minimum. And I know that you continue to accept public comments for the long haul. But that's the procedure that I would suggest.
And when do we bring the public hearing? When do we come back on this? Sorry, I'm too tired to talk.
October 28th is when this comes back.
Okay, so I move we close the public hearing and reopen it on October 28th.
We're not reopening it. We just take a vote then. So it's kind of weird how we have to do it virtually, but yeah.
Yeah, because of the COVID statute, you'll be taking it back up for your consideration and deliberation.
There should be a motion in the packet. Is there a motion, Amy, Becky?
Is there an R something?
An R something in the packet?
Yeah.
Not, well, this is just for the public hearing, so there's nothing to take action on tonight.
Well, we have to vote to close the public hearing, do we not, Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I would make a motion to close the public hearing on this item and then you'll consider it on October 28th.
All right, that's what Ms. Anderson says. We'll go with that. Moved that we close. We can take a vote at the October 28th meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Nguyen seconded that motion. Again, a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen. Sorry.
Aye.
Moved around again. Sorry. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
And Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
And Mayor says aye as well. Motion's unanimous. Thank you very much. This item will come back to us on the October 28th. We're still taking comments if people wish to make comments. All right. We'll move into the CARES Act funding item. Consider enacting a budget ordinance amendment for the allocation of CARES Act funding.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. My name is John Richardson. I serve as your Community Resilience Officer. I will try to be as quick as I can. I know you have other items behind this one. This budget ordinance amendment is a proposal for the second allocation of funding received from Orange County. And this money will help us continue to respond to the impacts of the virus and, of course, do some long-term recovery planning as well. Very briefly, we want to touch tonight on a quick recap of what the funding is, and then talk about some project updates and also the budget ordinance amendment itself. So the recommendation this evening is that you enact the attached budget ordinance amendment 01 in your packet. And very briefly, what is CARES again? This is the Coronavirus Aid Relief Economic Security Act. It's more importantly something Congress passed back in the spring, part of a $2 trillion federal relief package. Another one may be coming. It looks like it's in the House right now. And the focus of this is to help the public with impacts related to public health and economic impacts from the virus. More locally, this again is the second allocation we've received from Orange County. That's now totaling $1.5 million. And this is specifically part of the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the CRF program, which is part of the larger CARES package and specific to local governments in assisting them. And the funding needs to be spent by December 30th. This slide gives you some examples of the different expenses that are eligible under the funding. And before I give some quick updates on projects, I just want to say what you're about to see is representative of several staff, teams, and departments and community partners who are all working together in response. The first update is about housing assistance. So we have two programs, the Emergency Housing Assistance Program and the Rapid Rehousing Assistance Program. Both of these are in partnership with Orange County. And for the emergency housing program, this is a focus on rental and utility assistance for low-income families. For rapid rehousing, there's also a component looking at intensive case management to help someone living in temporary housing find a more secure form of housing. So the update in terms of metrics are that right now, or as of the last week or two, in Orange County, 600 residents have been assisted through this program, and about half of those are from Chapel Hill, 293. For the food distribution program, you'll recall back in June, we requested some CARES 1 funding to support a part-time position to help manage this program. This program is going quite well. The food bank serves about 270 households and about 1,000 individuals per week. And since March 25th, the food bank has served over 37,000 individual meals. Another program is the Scholastic Support Program. This is in partnership with the YMCA and the school system. The town is supporting this in two ways. There are 3 locations for this program. The town is hosting 2, one at the community center and one at Hargraves. Those 2 centers provide assistance to up to about 100 children per week. The other support is through scholarships for children who are attending the YMCA location. And those are scholarships, full-time scholarships for children of low-income families. And those scholarships run throughout the fall semester. And here's some pictures from within the Hargraves, excuse me, the Northside Gym. Another project you'll recall us talking about probably in June was the expansion of the internet access for town, at town facilities for low-income families to access distance learning and also remote working. So improvements have been made to the Hargraves Center and the Community Center, both in connection to the YMCA Scholastic Support Program that I just talked about. There are also some upgrades being planned for other locations such as the Boys and Girls Club on Craig Street. And in addition to indoor improvements, there are also 10 town locations being looked at for exterior access through parking lots or drive up or possibly outdoor seating. One of those recent examples is an improvement at the Eubanks Park and Ride lot. So that's now capable there. And we will be providing a map of these locations once they are complete. Turning to economic support, there is a partnership with the Chamber currently for the Safer Commerce Grants Program. These are grants being issued to businesses to support compliance with public health requirements. And the application recently closed within the last 2 weeks. There were 80 eligible applications received. And so with a combination of the CARES 1 and CARES 2 funding, all 80 applicants will be able to receive some assistance through this program. And then shifting from near term to longer term, There is the development of a long-term economic recovery plan in the works. This is to develop strategies to respond and mitigate the impacts that we know about today, and to also do some scenario planning around continued impacts that we expect in the future. And so the advisory board associated with this project met, they had their first meeting on the 25th. Their near-term task is to select a consultant who can complete the work by December. And as I understand it, you'll be getting some more details about this project at your CCES meeting this Friday morning. If you've been out to Franklin Street, you've probably noticed some of the spacing that's gone along the sidewalk area, as you can see in this picture. Barriers and paint like this were installed from East Franklin all the way down to West Franklin, between roughly Robertson Lane and Graham Street. And of course, this helps provide some additional spacing for businesses to either expand or add outdoor dining, and also provides safe walking areas for folks who may be enjoying the downtown. This picture shows the installation of what I just described on the left, and then some of how it's being used in the middle and on the right. And then in connection to this, we also have some temporary in-road multi-use path projects we're looking at in other parts of town. Staff just issued a survey to residents about some other possible locations. And so we'll bring back some more information once those results are compiled. And the final update from CARES 1 is the long-term recovery plan. This is with the county and other municipal partners. The goal is to create a roadmap for how we can recover over time. And the key areas of focus include things like housing and human services. The image you see here is from the project website. The URL is listed there, orangenc.forward.org. And one thing we'd be interested in hearing from you tonight is just how you would like us to keep you up to date on this project, and check in with you about how this plan moves forward. So we'd be interested in your thoughts about that. And finally, the proposed budget amendment. Here you can see on this slide, the focus is primarily on housing, human services, and health support. There are some more examples on page 544 of your packet, and I'll briefly touch upon some of those now. Again, as I mentioned, emergency housing assistance continues to be a need. So this is the largest request being put forward in the spending plan. Also, neighborhood support circles. This is a program that has actually already started based on the need, and this is with the Refugee Community Partnership. The goal here is to provide neighborhood-based scholastic and childcare support to low-income families with children. Something else in the spending plan is the expansion of the circulator, the use of the circulator to provide greater access to library resources. And so the funds would be used to expand the hours and the reach to neighborhoods like the Tar Heel Mobile Home Park that you see in this picture. We're also requesting funds for protective measures within facilities. So the example on the left is sort of a touchless water fountain, where you've got the bottle filler addition on the back and the lockout on the front. On the right, the picture there shows UVC lighting, which is an example of something we may be able to do to upgrade our ventilation system and help with air purification. There are also long-term benefits to those installations as well. We're also looking at taller office partitions, especially in our open office areas. And all of this, of course, is to increase safety for the time when facilities are reopening. And as I mentioned before, finally, again, two requests again for economic support. One to support the grants program I described earlier, the other to round out the funds needed for the long-term economic recovery plan. So again, our recommendation is that you enact the attached budget ordinance amendment. This would again appropriate the $806,000 from the county and allow us to spend those funds. Just I want to note that at any point you do have the ability to change the spending plan, you as the council or the town manager, before the deadline. And so I'm going to stop there, see if you have any questions, and also just say again, if you have any thoughts about how you'd like us to check in with you about the recovery, planning effort, we'd like to hear that too.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions from council? Ms. Gu?
Is there in the proposal any components about helping the downtown businesses or small business owners?
There, well, there is the item on the protective measures related to public health. And there's also, of course, the long-term economic recovery planning, which we believe will support our businesses in the longer term as well.
And the micro grants as well.
The micro grants, yes.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Mr. Parker, are you aware of anybody?
Sorry, there is nobody signed up to speak and there are no raised hands.
Okay, bring this back to council. Ms. Anderson?
Well, first of all, just thank you for all this really great work. I think these are important things. I would be most interested in the future in hearing about the long-term recovery plan and getting information on that. All I've heard about so far is that it exists or that it's going to exist. So I'd really like to understand more about what's being planned and who the consultant is and kind of, and really get a good amount of information on that. So that's just in response to your question. But I think it all looks great in terms of the plan for the spending. And yeah, thank you for keeping on top of all of this.
Ms. Ryan?
I heard you mention the office partitions. And just as the science around this evolves, I've been reading more and more that sometimes those protective things may not be as valuable. If you think about somebody with a cigarette, right, and what would happen to the smoke, the partitions will contain it somewhat, but not really. So just as the science evolves, keep an eye on that. And I think that your efforts towards ventilation and the UV and that kind of thing might pay more dividends. And so just keep that in mind as you move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, Ms. Stegman?
Yeah, I think this is an amazing work that staff has done. Great to see. I definitely want to echo Councilmember Anderson's request for just more updates from the consultant. I did receive the survey that I think local business owners got and received, and I think that was almost a month ago. So would love to see, the data from that. And then what also, I think I sent in a question specifically about minority-owned businesses in our community. And I think one of the staff responses was there's like some convening of an advisory board or a council of some sort. So would love to also get updates from that, and would also like to see us partner with the Midway Business Center. I know the minority-owned businesses there have been hit especially hard by the pandemic, and so would love to see how we can really support them.
Ms. Stegman?
First, I just want to say thank you. I just think our COVID response continues to be just excellent. And everything you present just feels like it totally reflects our priorities and our values as a community. It's just like, go, go, go. I love it. I love the public sector potting. I think that's great. For me, and I really like that you're proposing to put a big chunk of the funding in housing, especially. And I hope that we can continue as we move forward to really pay attention to eviction prevention, and if we have a way to track evictions at the county. And I don't know if we can separate it by county and town, but even county would be helpful, town would be better. But I think that's, the longer this goes, it's gonna be a long-term issue for so many folks. So the more we can prevent it, the better. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do not want to repeat what other council members has already commented on. I think it's great that what we have done already. I think I heard from many struggling families from all different backgrounds and saying that they really appreciate the food, housing, and also the scholastic support that the town is providing. I think it's very encouraging and very heartwarming that it really shows who we are as our community. So a long term, I think it's very important that we use this pandemic as an opportunity to define what is the long-term future for this town. So you mentioned about this, like the increase of the sidewalks and the bike lanes. I think that is a great initiative to both encourage healthy living and to deal with the challenge by the climate change. If we can combine these like different goals together as a part of long-term economic recovery and healthy living and combating the climate change, I think that will be the investment that it's worthy for us to do. And then I also hope that I want to echo what Council Member Nguyen talked about this. When we talk about expanding the economic activities, I want to make sure that we do not only focus on like the big companies or big investors. We actually are going to prioritize the minorities or the women, small businesses, that what we can do to expand this economic activity. I think that of course, I think that there's always limited resources that we have, but if we can use this opportunity to expand the economic participation, I think that will be really paid dividends, not only improve the economy and also address some other issues with regard to the race and the wealth disparity that we're seeing in this town, and it's devastating our community. And related, if there are funds that's available, I'm hoping that we can also investing in like job training and skill development. It has been talked about by the minority communities that I talked to. They feel like for the long-term change, that we really need to start from building people up, especially the people in the disadvantaged and the minority community. So I'm hoping this is the long-term development that we can finally determine to make investment in.
Okay, I'll just wrap up and say thank you. Our staff has taken, numerous numbers of our staff have taken on extra responsibilities during COVID, and you've all risen to the occasion and you've all been hands-on, and it's been truly stellar response to COVID and keeping our community safe. That being said, is there a motion out there to make this amendment?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Boyncey, second by Ms. Stegman. Any more comments, things that haven't been shared? All right, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye as well. Thank you very much. And we look to get a report on all of the recovery efforts sometime soon. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I'll share your compliments with all the people who are working on this.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. That brings us to item number 14. Y'all doing really well out there. Keep it up here. Open the public hearing, Land Use Management Ordinance Text Amendment, proposed changes to Article 3, 5, and Appendix A, definitions pertaining to conditional zoning. Ms. Duffy Rogers. You're muted.
Good evening. Are y'all seeing the appropriate screen?
Yes.
Good evening. I am Elisa Duffy Rogers, the LUMO Project Manager. Tonight, I will be discussing proposed amendments to the Land Use Management Ordinance that serve a dual purpose of facilitating development applications that have been delayed by COVID-19 due to constraints and concerns over quasi-judicial hearings in a virtual environment, and bringing portions of the LUMO into compliance with 160D, which is the state legislation modifying the North Carolina statutes for development regulations. During this presentation, I will briefly review the process for amending the land use management ordinance, explain the need for the ordinance, for the amendments, review the proposed amendments, and provide a staff recommendation. This evening, the public hearing will be opened and closed with council action either on October 7th or October 28th. If the council is comfortable with the proposed amendments that are before you this evening, staff can be prepared to bring the ordinance back before you on October the 7th. Staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing, receive public comment, close the public hearing, and allow written public comment for an additional 24 hours. Comments may be submitted to the email address shown on the screen. As you know, as a result of COVID-19 and the state of emergency that was declared, the state put in place new requirements for virtual quasi-judicial evidentiary hearings. These requirements generally state that all individuals with standing must be notified and provide written consent for remote hearings. In some instances, it can be very challenging to identify all those with standing prior to a remote meeting, and consequently, several applications have been delayed. To facilitate those applications, these amendments provide a legislative option provide a legislative option for development review. Fortunately, many of these proposed amendments also bring the LUMO into compliance with 160D, which is the new state enabling legislation that I will discuss more in just a few minutes. As you know, conditional zoning is a rezoning with site-specific conditions, and it is also a legislative act, which means that the constraints of a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing do not exist. 160D refers to the new section of the North Carolina General Statutes that contains the rules for how local jurisdictions can exercise land use authority in such areas as zoning and subdivision, and it was enacted in June of 2019. Under 160D, the town must eliminate conditional use district zoning, which is the development review option that combines a legislative rezoning with a quasi-judicial permit. So what does the proposed ordinance do? This ordinance converts 2 districts to conditional zoning districts. The definition of S, or special use, in the use matrix is changed to also include conditional zoning, and it creates new conditional zoning districts. So prior to the town incorporating conditional zoning into the LUMO, many development options required a special use permit, including the residential special standards conditional use district and the mixed use village district. This ordinance converts those 2 districts into conditional zoning districts with no proposed changes to the objectives or standards for them. And most of the sections of the ordinance really do address this conversion. 160D requires the town to convert existing conditional use districts into conditional zoning districts. Today, the LUMO has parallel conditional use districts for all of the town's residential districts, but the LUMO does not have conditional zoning districts for our lower intensity districts. This ordinance proposes to create conditional zoning districts for all residential districts. Another proposed amendment is changing the definition of S in the use matrix in the LUMO, and this change would permit uses that are defined as a special use, such as a drive-in or self-storage, to be considered and permitted as part of a conditional zoning application. As with other LUMO text amendments, it is necessary to evaluate if the proposed amendments are consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed amendments are consistent with the goals in Chapel Hill 2020, particularly creating a development decision process that provides clarity and consistency. And finally, staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing, receive public comment, close the public hearing, allow written public comment for 24 hours, and any comments may be submitted to the email address that you see on the screen. And staff is interested in hearing as to whether or not the council would like to consider this item again on the 7th or the 28th. And thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, council, are there clarifying questions on this item? I don't know that I can see all of you until you stop sharing the screen. There we go. Thank you. I got most of everybody, but not everybody. All right, any clarifying questions? Ms. Ryan?
Be quick. For the RSSC and MUVs, do you know why they required SUPs?
Yes, so the RSSC was actually a conditional use district. So that's why it required a special use permit. So it was that dual, I have to have a rezoning and a special use permit.
Gotcha.
And the MUV just required a special use permit in order to implement it. So it was a rezoning and it was a special use permit. It just wasn't classified in the LUMO as a conditional use district, even though it acted like one.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
There are none.
Okay.
There's barely any members of the public.
I know, I just checked. We about 8, and I know some of them are town employees. So yeah, okay. All right. Any comments back from council? I'll just share that I'm pleased that you're trying to bring us into alignment. I know it's piecemeal. I know that we've been struggling with how to figure out how to get through some of these projects that were caught in the COVID tailspin there. But I appreciate your hard work in trying to find a path forward for us that didn't change too many things. So we've spent a lot of time using the CZ tool and understand it better and know how to use it. So thank you. All right. Is there a motion from the council?
I move to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Boyncy, second by Mr. Nguyen. Are any comments or questions that haven't been shared already? Okay, call a roll call vote. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye as well. Motion's unanimous. Thank you very much. To close the public hearing, you'll come back to us on.
Would you prefer the 7th or the 28th?
This says the 28th on ours. I'm not sure what our manager has availability. I think the 28th is more likely.
I think it's best to keep it on for the 28th, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 15. Open the public hearing, application for conditional zoning for Bridgepoint at 2214 and 2312 Homestead Road. I know that the applicant and Ms. Graham have been bearing with us this evening. Thank you very much. And a friendly reminder that the Blue Hill District item has been postponed. So this will be our last item for this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Gran with the Planning Department. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, once again, bringing up a PowerPoint. So Judy Johnson is going to try to share it with us. But to provide you a very quick overview of this project, and it looks like we can all see it. Great. So moving on to the next slide. So tonight we're before you to ask that you open the public hearing, receive comments in this meeting and up to 24 hours via email at planning@townofchapelhill.org and enact the ordinance on October 28th of 2020. So next. So this is where we're at in the process. It's been through multiple rounds of staff review and is now before you, the town council. Next. This slide provides an overview of the project. It is currently zoned residential 5 conditional use, and the applicant is proposing to rezone it residential 5 conditional zoning district. Next. The applicant has requested to revoke the 2010 special use permit or SUP and replace it with conditional zoning. Going to the next slide, here is a site plan view of the existing conditions. And I'll let Judy click through these real quick, but the red outline shows the site boundaries. To the south is Homestead Road and to the east is Weaver Dairy Extension. The existing buildings have been highlighted here in yellow, and there is a perennial stream that cuts across the north portion of the site, and it is subject to stream protection standards, and I've shown it in blue here. So moving on to the proposed site plan. Again, the property boundaries are highlighted here in red. Homestead Road and Weaver Dairy Extension border the site. The applicant is proposing to construct 2 new interior public streets that are shown here in gray. And then these streets will extend and connect onto the town-owned parcel at 2200 Homestead to the west in order to provide emergency access. The emergency access connection will be incorporated into that project as part of their access when the site is developed. The applicant is proposing to construct 53 townhomes, and they are highlighted here in yellow for you. And then the applicant is also proposing to introduce a pocket park in the middle of the site, as well as a stormwater pond to the north of the townhouses. So moving right along, the applicant is proposing several modifications to the regulations. The first one relates to the land disturbance in the Resource Conservation District, or RCD, which has been highlighted here in blue. The code limits the amount of disturbance to 40% of the upland and managed use zones. And these are the stream corridors that create a natural or vegetated area to protect the streams. The applicant has been working with our stormwater staff to reduce the disturbance in the managed corridor zone, and they were able to bring that into compliance with the regulations. And they have also reduced the disturbance in the upland zone to 54.5%. And so these are some minor details that will be updated before you see this application again in your ordinance. So moving right along, the next modification is to the steep slopes. The steep slopes are shown here in this site plan, shaded here in gray. The land use management ordinance limits disturbance of slopes, of steep slopes to 25% of the area containing 25% or greater slopes. The total area of disturbed natural slopes is only 2,133 square feet. Many of the existing steep slopes are man-made, not natural, due to previous road construction and the construction of existing site improvements. So moving to the next slide, again, we've just outlined the other modifications that are requested. The applicant is proposing a type B buffer with alternative buffer and landscape screening along the west property line. The applicant is also proposing to provide 5 townhomes or 5 affordable housing units, or 10.41% instead of the required 15% for inclusionary zoning. And the affordable housing that is provided on the site will be the same size as the market rate units, and the total square footage of the affordable units exceeds the square footage requirement associated with the 15% inclusionary zoning requirement. The applicant has also updated his street plans to the town's standard detail for local streets was revised in order to comply with the fire code. And so moving to the next slide. Finally, the applicant is proposing to relocate and convey an existing ephemeral stream with a piped stormwater conveyance system. And just a few other considerations for you to think about. The town has a policy to request a 25% payment in lieu and the applicant for recreation space, and the applicant is requesting the council to consider a lower amount. And the applicant has also agreed to provide the right-of-way associated with the town's multimodal improvement project along Homestead Road. So quickly, the advisory board recommendations are included in your packet on page 624. Please note that the Transportation and Connectivity Board, as well as the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Board, did approve this project with conditions. The Community Design Commission reviewed the project once, and it will be returning to them at the end of October. And so finally, the recommendation before you tonight is to open the public hearing, receive comments in this meeting, and up to 24 hours via email at planning@townofchapelhill.org, and consider enacting the ordinance on October 28th. And I know that the applicant has a presentation for you, and so I can answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, we can turn it over to him.
Michael, Mr. Parker, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick one, and it may be something that the applicant will address in his presentation. If so, that's fine. But given the experience we've had with parking at Birch Cove and at Chandler Woods, are we comfortable that we've got the parking nailed here, or are we going to be, having some issues down the road? So again, I don't know, but I'd like to make sure that we're not, history repeats itself, but I'd rather it didn't here.
So I believe we have included conditions of approval to require no parking signs along some of the internal streets, but the applicant is also providing townhouses that'll have 2-car garages as well as a driveway width to allow 2 cars in the parking lot. There's also a shared parking area, I believe, off of Street A, but I will let Eric show you all of his maps so that he can point that out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boynsky?
Yeah, but along that same vein, I'm just wondering, how do the width of the streets, the internal streets, compare to Birch Cove?
That I don't know, but I could look that up for you, and we can return with an answer.
I guess if you could just tell us what the width is. Over at Chandler Oaks, we're having the problem right now. They're 22 and we're requiring 26 to get a parked car and a fire engine through.
Right, and we have been working with the fire department on this one. I'm sure Eric probably is also planning on touching on this, but basically the town standard detail was too narrow. And so I believe we've kept the 35-foot right of way, but I think we've expanded the street width to like 27 feet, but I'll let Eric clarify if I misspoke on that.
Want to keep asking questions? Do you want to let the applicant go? Ms. Ryan?
I just wanted to talk about the piped ephemeral stream. Can you tell me where that is and if that's something we generally allow?
So I think it's already piped as existing, but we're working on addressing that. It's kind of along the western property line that's shared with 2200 Homestead. And this is probably also something that Eric's going to want to tell you about.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chap, you want to tell us about the project?
Absolutely. I have a PowerPoint presentation that Joe Covens is going to pull up for me here. So we're going to take a look at that. And through the course of, I'm going to keep my presentation brief to 15 minutes, and then I'll open it up and I'll address all of those questions that you have, because we do have answers to them. Again, thank you all for hanging in here tonight and at this late hour. If I'm not as sharp as I would be otherwise, please forgive me. But anyway, Bridgepoint has changed a lot over the course of the last year, and we've done our best to address the town council concerns, staff concerns, and advisory board concerns. We got unanimous approval from the Environmental Stewardship and the Transportation and Connectivity Advisory Board, the Housing Advisory Board without any conditions, and the Planning Commission, again, unanimously without conditions. We will go back in front of the CDC before we see you again to try to address some of their elevation concerns. Joe, the PowerPoint is not up. Can you? Are you out there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just saying I'm not allowed to share. Do we see it now?
It started. You got to pull it up first. You need to pull the presentation up on your computer now.
Yeah, it's up. Can you see my screen?
Nope, it's black.
Anything now?
Nope. There we go.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yes. Can you all hear me? It looks like my video is stopped.
No, you're fine.
Okay. As you can see, the Bridgepoint site is located at the northwest intersection of Weaver Dairy Extension and Homestead Road. From this site, you can also see a sanitary sewer easement that was granted by the town of Chapel Hill on their 2200 Homestead Road site to the developer Epcon of Homestead, the courtyards at Homestead. We also granted them a sewer easement that cuts from west to east across the property and goes to Weaver Dairy Road. Both of those spots will be utilized for shared entrances onto Homestead Road. Next slide, Joe.
We getting there?
Nope. It looks like you have screenshot in the first place to me, but Anya, do you have this presentation on your computer?
I don't, but I can quickly try to bring it up and see if it works for me. I think it's also in your packet. I don't know if that helps at all.
No, it's hard to share the screen with a packet. I've tried.
It's funny, we've used it 5 times and never had a problem. This is the first time giving it, and it's just our luck. It's almost midnight. I'm sorry about this.
So no one can see that. No one can see my screen still.
We could just see the initial screen, Joe, the initial slide in the presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna log out and log back in. I'm sorry, everybody.
Can
So
you
no one
can you ship your presentation to Anya so that they can see it, or all right? Eric, can you tell us? Can you answer the questions while we're waiting?
Sure, I'll start with Mr. Parker's question regarding the parking, and I think Anya did a pretty good job of that. Taking Birch Cove and Chandler into consideration and the time that the council spent on parking issues with those 2 communities, each and every unit at Bridgepoint will have a 2-car garage, and that includes all of the affordable units that we're putting on the ground. In addition to that, there will be 2 full parking spots between the garage and
Amy Harvey sharing the screen. Our clerk, the presentation, so she can help you move through it.
that's fine. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if it's the same presentation. Is this from Joe, Amy?
Yeah, this is just a CDC.
Okay, well, I'll make do with this, even though it doesn't fit my presentation, but we'll see what we can do. Just to finish, Michael, Mr. Parker's question. So 2 spaces in the garage, 2 spaces between the garage door and the sidewalk. And then we have 9 spaces of guest parking with bicycle parking associated with the pond at the south end of the pond.
And are the streets wide, or how wide are the streets in there?
Yes, the streets are 26 feet instead of 22 feet. And there will be no parking on the streets as a condition of the fire department. You know, we work closely with them to make sure that this site did not run into the problems that some of their recent communities have.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Amy, I'm sorry, could you restate your question?
Ms. Ryan, can you restate your question?
I just wanted to know where the ephemeral stream was, and if you could talk a little bit about that, and if we normally allow piping. Anya said that it already is piped, so if you can just talk a little bit about that.
Sure. I mean, what the ordinance says is try to avoid, to paraphrase the ordinance, it says try to avoid impacts to ephemeral streams. The definition of an ephemeral stream is a conveyance of water during a storm. It's not like an intermittent stream. It's basically something that carries stormwater drainage. This is actually more like a pipe. It runs right along the boundary between our property and the town's property. It was placed to the right side of the driveway that actually goes down the town's eastern border. And was constructed when that driveway was. It is a 5-foot wide concrete swale. So that's what that is. It's not a stream in any sense of the word. It's more of a pipe.
Thank you.
And then I'm sorry, who else had a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Heminger, was in relation to the parking, I think. And yes,
it was about the width of the streets, Mr. Blaine.
Yeah, they're 26 feet.
Okay. Parking in the street. Okay.
Okay. So who's controlling the PowerPoint here? Joe, is that you or
Ms. Harvey?
No,
Ms. Harvey?
yeah, I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. We think this is a fantastic infill development. As you can see, it's surrounded by public amenities and public services. It's also walking distance and will be uninterrupted sidewalk between the project and the high school, the new revamped Chapel Hill High, Smith Middle School, and Sewell School Elementary. Next slide, please. we've done a rendering of what the project will look like looking westward along Homestead Road. We've established about 60 feet of separation between the back of the curb and the courtyards of the units, and we'll heavily landscape that and buffer it. You can also see that the elevational drop results in what you see of the units is the portion of the second floor and the roof line. What you can also see from this rendering is the multi-use path, the 10-foot multi-use path, and the 5-foot bike lane that are part of the Homestead Road Improvement Project. Next slide, please. This is a similar rendering, except looking east. This will be a shared entrance into the 2200 Homestead Road project. How the units will be oriented towards Homestead Road with the landscape and buffering, and also the bike lanes that will be on both the north and the south side of the street. Next slide, please. This is our site plan. I'm just going to point out some of the features. The perennial stream lines the northern property line, as Anya pointed out. We also plan to dedicate a greenway trail along the northern portion of the wet pond. That will extend from Weaver Dairy Extension Road all the way to the town site. We've worked with the town to coordinate the location of that into their green space on their site so that they can carry that forward. We've got 3 entrances proposed, 2 into the town's 2200 Homestead Road site and 1 onto Weaver Dairy Extension. There's a central pocket park that we've doubled the size of by getting rid of one of the units since the last time that you've seen it. We've got a mail kiosk there and bicycle parking spots. Again, you can see the 9 spaces of guest parking at the southeast corner of that wet pond. We have sidewalk lining the one side of all of the public streets, and all of the streets are public. And we've added sidewalk all the way to Homestead Road along our entire Weaver Dairy Road extension frontage. Next slide. We've been very fortunate to have been able to coordinate many of the important aspects of the development with the town of Chapel Hill staff, planners, and engineers as they designed the town 2200 Homestead Road site next door. It has been a very good working relationship and very productive. We've worked together on the traffic impact analysis, the entrance locations, connectivity to the surrounding streets, stormwater, including that ephemeral stream, buffer locations, which we're still working on and is critical, the best location for the Greenway Trail, and probably even more critical, tying the grades in so that they work for both of us, given that the grades are set on Homestead Road and Weaver Dairy Extension. The shared entrances is a big win, I think, for both sites. We've eliminated 2 entrances onto Homestead Road as a result of working together. Both the resulting entrances are safer and provide full access from both the east and the west. The access onto Weaver Dairy Extension will provide direct access to I-40 without ever getting onto Homestead Road. Next slide, please. This again just depicts the Greenway trails and the sidewalk. Next slide, please. Thank you, Amy. The connectivity and promotion of alternative modes of transportation are a big part of this project. The start area there shows the Greenway Trail easement that we're dedicating and was part of the approved Greenway plan that was approved in 2013. We hope that that will be connected to the town's 2200 Homestead Road site, which will then lead to the Green Track to the north and also be connected to the Horace Williams Track to the south. Next slide, please. We've just gotten word recently that the Homestead Road Improvement Project has been released for construction. I'm going to whip through these. If you'll go, it just shows the range of the Homestead Road Improvement Project, which goes all the way from Sewell School Road to Weaver Dairy Extension. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This just kind of simplifies that plan in the Bridgepoint frontage, where it points out the multi-use path that runs in front of Bridgepoint and on the south side of Homestead Road, and the 5-foot bike lanes that run both on the north and the south side of the road. Also included in that Homestead Road improvement project are stormwater drainage, crosswalks, and curb and gutter. The Homestead Road Improvement Project will also complete connectivity to the 3 public schools, the Orange County Human Services Complex, and the Senior Center. Next slide, please. Bus locations will serve the Bridgepoint site well. There's one plan for the 22 Homestead Road site. There's a bus stop at the Senior Center. There's a bus stop at the Southern Orange Community Human Services Center and at Chapel View Apartments. There are also multiple bus stops at Martin Luther King, where the North-South Rapid Transit Project is in its design phase with rapid transit to downtown. Next slide.
Hey, Eric, sorry to interrupt you, but Cameron should have the presentation to present. It should be almost the same exact thing here. Cameron, if you want to share your screen.
Can't share screen. Sorry, someone's already sharing.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to Amy. Sorry about that.
No, I can share it. I just need somebody to stop sharing theirs first.
He did.
Okay. I think that was the correct slide there, Eric.
Okay.
You see that?
Recommendations as a result of the traffic impact analysis and the Transportation Advisory Board recommendations. Those are listed here and we've agreed to them all. We're going to upgrade the traffic signal at Homestead Road and Weaver Dairy Road extension with pedestrian crosswalks and related amenities to include APS equipment, high visibility crosswalks, and bicycle activated loops. We'll add street lighting to Homestead Road, the entire frontage along our property. We'll construct a sidewalk from the eastern end of our guest parking lot to Weaver Dairy Road extension, provide both Class 1 and Class 2 bicycle parking spots, and extend, and this is probably the most important one, we'll extend the southbound bicycle lane on Weaver Dairy Road extension to Homestead Road, where it will tie into the westbound bike lane constructed as part of the Homestead Road Improvement Project. It currently dead ends about 400 feet short of Homestead Road. Next slide. We're going to move on to our affordable housing plan. This is the location that we've chosen for our 5 affordable housing units. They're dispersed throughout the community, all in different buildings. Next slide, please. Our affordable housing program is a big difference from what you saw at the concept plan. Where we were not providing affordable housing on site. What we're proposing is that we provide 5 affordable homes dispersed evenly within the community. 3 of the homes will be available to those households earning 80% or less of the median income. 2 of those homes will be available to those households earning 65% or less of the median income. 4 of the homes will be 3 bedrooms and 1 of the homes will be 4 bedrooms. That mixture was what resulted from consulting with the Community Home Trust. Each of the homes will be identical in floor plan to the attached market rate Magnolia plan. Both 3 and 4 bedroom options will be approximately 1,700 square feet, and each one of them will come with 2-car garages, just like the market rate units. The affordable homes will provide more square footage than the required square footage for 7 affordable units in the land use ordinance. Each affordable home will be conveyed to the Community Home Trust for perpetual affordability. We believe that the larger affordable homes will provide diversity within the affordable housing stock of the Community Home Trust, which will make the affordable homes available to serve larger families and a more diverse population who might not otherwise choose an affordable home. Next slide, please. This is the floor plan of the Magnolia plan, and we think it's a great one. The kitchen opens up to both the great room and the dining room downstairs with a half bath downstairs, 3 bedrooms. This is the 3-bedroom plan upstairs with 2 full baths, 2 serving the smaller bedrooms up front and 1 serving the master bedroom to the rear with a loft. The 4-bedroom plan converts that loft to a 4th bedroom. Next slide, please. This is the elevation, which is a very traditional elevation, very similar to some of the Vineyard Square units. We think it's an attractive elevation. We are trying to respond to some of the comments of the CDC to reduce the garage door, and we'll see what we can do there. Next slide. Just to recap the changes from the concept plan, we've brought 5 1,700 square foot affordable homes with 2 garages to the community, units dispersed throughout the community. We've removed a lot adjacent to the Central Pocket Park to provide more active recreation and to provide a centralized mail kiosk and bike racks. We've refined the design and location of the greenway trail easements to allow better accessibility and provide functional connection point to the 22 Homestead Road site. We've designed the most appealing streetscape along Homestead Road, taking into consideration the existing grades at Weaver Dairy Extension and the need to provide appropriate grades to allow the connectivity to the town of Chapel Hill-owned 2200 Homestead Road site. We provided over 60 foot of separation between Homestead Road and the homes. Numerous pedestrian travel related improvements include the ones that I've mentioned. We've provided over 115% of the recreation required by the land use ordinance. We've worked with the fire department and agreed to add sprinkler systems to 100% of the units, including the affordable homes. And we've committed to an environmentally progressive energy saving home. In conclusion, providing middle income housing is a difficult balancing act, trying to accommodate the wide variety of town goals and aspirations. We've worked very hard to provide a community that addresses connectivity, pedestrian transit opportunities, make significant upgrades to traffic safety, a strong commitment to energy efficiency and environmental sustainability, and have an innovative affordable housing plan offering 5 1,700 square foot homes for perpetual affordability. We understand that shaping a healthy, sustainable community includes planning for a diverse and ample supply of homes for all. We have not had a townhome community proposed in Chapel Hill for 13 years, and we're trying to change that, and we look for your support in doing so. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. If you can put us back to full view, that'd be great. Clarifying questions, Ms. Stegman.
We're just doing questions now?
Yeah, clarifying questions.
Okay. I did have one question, 2 questions. One, do you know what the market rate will be for the non-affordable, the market rate units?
Yes, and we have a slide, I think, that shows that, but right now, 320 to 344.
Okay, thank you. And one question about the design, I couldn't tell where it was, but in reading the plans, there's a fence planned. Where is that fence?
Joe, if or Cameron, if you can show us the planting plan. No, it's forward from there, Cameron. It's right after the concluding slide. Just leave it right there at the joint combined site plan. Karen, where the entrance, Cameron, can you back that out, please? one of the difficulties that we're working with the town engineers on, and our engineers, Cameron Rice, who's operating this PowerPoint right now, is trying to provide the requisite buffers between the two sites. The problem that we're having in doing that is that there's a 30-foot sewer easement that runs from Homestead Road through the north part of Street C. So we're thinking about putting a 5-foot picket fence in conjunction with landscaping there to help out with that buffer.
So it would run all along the line between the two communities?
Yes, and as I said, a 5-foot picket fence in conjunction with the landscaping.
Okay. I'm just sorry, I'm trying to picture it. I just philosophically, I love how connected you've been, so thoughtful about connecting Bike Pad and Homestead and Weaver Dairy and collaborating with the 2200, and then to have a fence between the two communities feels not connected and not welcoming. So I just philosophically, I'd love to not see a fence there, but I understand there are some issues.
Yeah, and we're just trying to supplement the buffer there, and there would be spaces between the pickets. It's not a privacy fence in any sense of the word. So we'll bring back some pictures of that the next time we come and see what you think of it.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thanks. I'm done.
Any other clarifying questions? Ms. Gu, and then Ms. Ryan.
Can you show us again what the, or if you have any rendition for what it looks like for both the pedestrians or someone like walking past that area or driving past the area, what it looks like? Because it seems like it's the back of the units that's facing the street.
If you want to go back to the renderings, Cameron, which are at the beginning of the presentation. And I'm sorry, this is awkward because of the technical difficulties here. Go back one more, Cameron. So Councilwoman Gu, this is the appearance from Homestead Road looking west. The units will all have courtyards in the back of them, and there will be 60 foot of separation between the units themselves and the back of the curb there in the street. There's an elevational drop there. So to make the units face on Homestead Road, which would be a marketing problem to begin with, they would have to have 20-some foot garages that you would have to walk up to the first floor. And that's just not a practicality. In talking with the consulting engineers with the site next door, their approach is going to be similar as well because of the same difficulties.
But are you going to do the clear cutting when you're doing your, when you're doing your construction?
We have a tree save plan and a landscaping plan and a tree canopy plan that will all be part of the construction drawing.
Well, I understand that, but I think a lot of times that people have seen that during the construction, all those trees that you are drawing over here, they will be gone. So I mean, it's at least for the first, I don't know, 5 or 10 years that those houses. Well, it depends on what kind of tree that you're planting, of course. But before the trees have grown into the side that you're drawing over here, but the back of the houses are mostly exposed. So when people walking by and like biking by or driving by, they will see all those houses with their back facing the street and it's exposed. Well, I had some experiences of seeing those kind of development in other communities. It doesn't look pleasing or welcoming or anything like that. I don't know if you have considered or how you will address that issue.
Certainly, and as I said, we're going to do a heavy landscape buffer along there. We're also dedicating right-of-way to the town of Chapel Hill that provides the space for the pedestrian multi-use path, and for the street widening that will accommodate the bike lane. So all of that is part of the plan, and we will heavily buffer that area.
But you're acknowledging that it's at least before those trees have grown, the back of those houses are mostly going to be exposed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Ryan?
Have you done any canopy calculations?
Cameron, I'll defer to you there. Yes, we'll meet the canopy requirements.
Okay, thank you. If next time you come back, if you can bring that percentage with you.
Absolutely.
I can get that here. I think I have it.
Eric, what's currently on that lot? It's actually open right now. I mean, it's not very well treed in the front right now anyway, is it?
No, and unfortunately, there is one big tree there in front, but that's coming down as part of the Homestead Road Improvement Project, part of the right-of-way that we granted. There are 2 existing homes there, and it's mostly cleared. And then you've got the 30-foot Owasso easement that runs east to west, and then you've got where it runs north to south.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're providing a total of almost 1.7 acres of tree canopy, and that was in the required area is 1.47, and that was prior to us working with the stormwater department, where we picked up a tremendous amount more in this managed use space. So we're probably maybe 1.3, 1.5% over required. So we're not trying to meet minimum. We're going over and above.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from council, clarifying questions? I'm not seeing any hands. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
There are not.
Okay, then I bring it back to council for comments. Ms. Stegman?
I just want to say that I'm really excited to see this development coming back to us. We talk all the time in this council about missing middle and townhomes, and so I'm really glad to see this coming back. I'm really, really glad to see the affordable housing plan that you've put forward. It is worlds different than before, so I really appreciate that, and I think it's a very reasonable plan given the I can't speak anymore, townhomes and more affordable market rate units. So I appreciate that you kind of met us there with that. Yeah, I think you've met the the recreational space requirement. I don't think the payment in lieu applies here, is my reading of that. And I really appreciate the energy efficiency and environmental approach you've taken and the connectivity. And so I just think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Others? Ms. Ryan?
I'd like to echo Karen's earlier comments about the fence. I think sometimes our buffering requirements are a little bit old fashioned, and in this way we're trying to integrate. So I can see being okay with you having nice landscaping there, but not this line.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's not needed.
We'll take that into consideration.
Okay, and I'm a little, the development itself feels very sterile to me. I understand that you've got the trees in the back and you've got that area, and I understand some of why you're doing it. Just anything you can do to get a little bit more green actually in the place where the people are living would be a really important thing. And I would love it if you could go sharpen your pencil and hit that 40% target in the RCD.
We're trying.
Thank you.
Ms. Gu?
Well, I think I share the enthusiasm of council members regarding the missing middle and affordable housing. I think that I really appreciate that you put in efforts to make that happen. But I have the concern with how this project or this community will look like from the road, from the side of the road. I think it's a pretty long expansion that will be having that back of the houses exposed and facing the road. I just have concerns. I feel like that does not improve or maintain that kind of aesthetics that we're seeing in that community, or how we identify as Chapel Hill. And I have concerns with that. I don't know if you can do more to, I don't know, through other ways to build fences or some other ways that, or some other trees or landscaping. I don't know what you can do to make that happen, but whatever you can do to not, like, somehow does not make it so monolithic and just the backyard of many townhouses are being exposed directly to the road. I feel that is not good for the residents or for the Chapel Hill community. I mean, with regard to the aesthetics along the road.
Thank you.
Missed a raised hand, and Martin Johnson would like to speak with us. So I apologize for that. It was sort of hiding under something on my screen. So Amy, if you could bring Mr. Johnson in, I would appreciate it. And my apologies for that.
Okay.
Welcome.
Great. Just happy about this project. And I think that one thing I would be interested in exploring further are the bike lanes, and if it could be possible to build protected bike lanes in this area. I know that you're close to the school, so if I were moving to this area, I would want to bike to school with my kids, put them on a kind of a commuter bike, perhaps an electric bike, but I feel unsafe doing it if I was doing it on the open street, particularly given the speed limits on that road. So if it's possible, I know that there's lots of protected bike lanes coming around the Chapel Hill. They're in the bike plans, but if you could put that in on Weaver Dairy or Homestead near the development, that would make it that much easier to kind of get from those houses to the school.
Martin, to your point, we are extending the bike lane all the way to Homestead Road along Weaver Dairy on the western side of the road. And there will be 5-foot bike lanes on both sides of Homestead Road, all the way from Weaver Dairy Extension to Sewell School Road.
Yeah, but I'm saying like protected. So putting a bollard between the bike lane and the cars. So when you're biking along, you're not worrying about your kids swerving out and being hit by a car. It makes a big difference for safety. And I know the town's working on building those elsewhere. We kind of have them on Franklin Street right now, not really, but the idea is there with the cars blocking. So I'd be really interested in doing that.
There's the multimodal path along there too, so your children could ride on that as well. And we do have people riding. We do have people riding actually on the sidewalk on Homestead Road already. They're allowed to, so they do.
Yeah, but I think like the bike lane would be more helpful.
Thank you. Okay. Other council comments? Well, I will wrap up saying this is a great improvement for what you brought us the first time. You listened to all the comments. I know this site has particular constraints, but I'm too very pleased that we're getting some of the missing middle and that the affordable housing component has the larger units. That's really wonderful. We have a need for that you worked with Community Home Trust and that you worked with our staff on the 2200 Homestead Road site as well. I think the realignment of the Greenway path, and we bring that up, that's helpful too as we look at exploring connectivity all through there, all the way over to the Green Tract eventually. So I think that works out really well. I was hoping there'd be a break in the long row of the townhomes, but I understand, and I think people will probably come in the Weaver Dairy Extension side if they're biking or walking. It's just gonna be faster for them to come in with that, so. We are not voting on this tonight, but we are closing the public hearing and then delaying the vote till October 28th is my understanding. So there's still time to bring comments in, to post information. Mr. Tubbs, anything else you wanted from us in the comments? I don't know if he froze.
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Yes, sorry. Is there anything else you needed to hear from us comment-wise that you?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments. I've written down the comments that you did make, and I'll bring back some more information regarding the fences. You know, I think in regard to Councilwoman Goo's comment, maybe we can look at increasing the caliper of those trees that we plant along Homestead Road.
Or the bushes that go with it, so.
Agreed.
Okay, is there a
Thank you
motion?
very much. I appreciate it.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I
So
move to
moved.
close the public hearing.
We're Mr. Wynn, no picture, but okay. Moved by Mr. Wynn, second by Ms. Hagman. Okay.
Thanks for y'all hanging in there.
All right, Ms. Ryan want to get one in there. I have to do a roll call vote, so bear with me. Councilmember Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson had to leave us. She had a morning appointment presentation. So we will skip. She will count as an aye, I guess, because she didn't. Yeah, we got Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Goo.
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And Mayor says aye as well. So the public hearing is closed, but comments are still welcome, and we will delay the vote until October 28th, and we'll take comments at that point. Okay. Thank you all, council. There were a lot of good discussions and hard decisions tonight on many things. You held up well. This is a bigger project. We have an economic sustainability meeting on Friday morning. So we will see you then. And then we do have a packet coming out on Friday for our council meeting on October 7th. So anyway, that being said, the meeting is now adjourned. Good work.
Good night, everyone.
Hey.
Bye.
Night.
All right.
Be safe.